Ladies and gentlemen, we'll call to order this September meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. As members may well be aware, this is Mental Health Awareness Week, and throughout this week there's a theme evolving of 5 ways, 5 days, with a different sort of action for each day. And Thursday, appropriately enough, given a meeting of council, the theme is connection, and the message is that when we nurture meaningful connections with others, we fuel our own happiness. And certainly this committee is trying to nurture connections with other people in the transport, both from local boards, from members of the public, and from a number of the big agencies who we interact with. So we've got a number of members online. I'm informed we don't have to go through people individually, so welcome to the members online. We have a number of apologies. IMSB member Renata, who will be replaced by member Tau Henare, will be representing the IMSB today. We have apologies from early departure from Councillor Hills. Are there any other ones, Duncan, we need to know? No. Okay, that's it. So I'll move that we accept the apologies. Seconded by Councillor Fletch. All those in favour? Carried. Item number 2, declarations of interest. Any declarations for today's business? No. Confirmation of minutes. There's a motion on the screen moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Stewart. All those in favour? Aye. Okay, carried. We move to the first item proper on the agenda today. It is in the petitions section, and we have Sherry Gartner who will be presenting a petition to the committee, and the procedure with the petition is that we will listen to Sherry to the point she wants to make in respect of the petition, and then receive the petition. So that's the process that we'll be undertaking. So welcome, Sherry, if you'd like to make your way to the front desk there, and Councillor Walker will maybe just ensure that Sherry sees which button to press.
Yes, you're live.
Oh, okay.
Right, welcome, Sherry. The floor is yours, and you have got 5 minutes to address the committee and the members online.
My petition is currently at 5,951 signatures, but still increasing daily. This is without any publicity. A lot of people are completely unaware. This is what they have signed. Please help to stop the sale and demolishing of the downtown car park. It has 1,944 car spaces. Council want to demolish it and replace it with another high-rise building, including the lower Hobson Street overbridge. If almost 2,000 car spaces disappear from the viaduct area, what will we do on days like the 1st of June 23 when we got the message? All trains suspended in Auckland. Trains across Auckland are no longer running due to incident in South Auckland. We rely on this car park for convenient and reasonably priced parking in the viaduct, ferries, Queen Street areas, and access for all citizens, ratepayers, to the Auckland Civic Centre facilities, so everyone can access this. Safety in the CBD is an issue now. This is the safest car park for lone females or seniors to get to the viaduct, Commercial Bay, Queen Street, and undercover. Commuters rely on this to access their work when they need to bring a car in to drive to after-work events or carry large items. Mothers with babies, children, and seniors need it to go to the city easily for appointments without costing a lot. Apartment dwellers with no car park use this for reasonably priced long-term parking. Waihi day visitors and residents rely on this car park to be able to park on the mainland for a reasonable cost. Ferries to the North Shore. Numbers of people using these will reduce, as they may as well drive if they incur a high cost to leave your car in the CBD. We have no regular, convenient, widespread underground network or public transport yet in Auckland in any practical sense, and so it is too soon and unacceptable to sell this public facility. For example, you can't get 2 buses to get from Pukekohe, Botany or Titirangi to the city for dinner at the viaduct, or to go to work or to catch a ferry. Viaduct, Commercial Bay, downtown businesses will be badly affected. Why pay high parking costs and walk far in high heels in the rain if we can dine elsewhere with parking right outside? Also, it will be harder for businesses to find staff. Council response: they will include a bus facility and mobility parking only. There is parking capacity in the immediate area at their Fanshawe Street car park, a long way to the viaduct, and Victoria Street car park, a very long walk to the viaduct. Also, when I last applied there for an apartment car park, it was full. However, council say that they are both underutilised. Also, they say there are various privately owned parking facilities for public, but there is no certainty of this in the future, and it would be double the cost and more. Why did I do this? I'm a chartered accountant. I've never done this before. I've been a citizen of Auckland City for over 40 years, and I was shocked to hear the car park was being demolished. I believe it is very wrong to destroy this facility from my experience. I am concerned about the environment, but we all need to be practical about the stress and chaos that this would create. We need somewhere to park our electric cars. Also, demolishing is the opposite of recycling. My personal experiences: I have relied strongly on it to enable me to take CBD roles without causing stress when on a low budget. I have used it to take my mother in a wheelchair, children in pushchairs, visit Waiheke for the day or weekend, and been proud to take overseas visitors to dinner undercover using the world-class Sky Bridge. I often thought, thank God for the downtown car park. There are a lot of petition comments, and I printed them all for you. We don't have a frequent, reliable transport network yet. This is way too soon. We can't compare to Melbourne. We are the poor cousin. It is still roadworks after 2 years. For example, Devonport ferry stops at midnight. Buses stop before the concerts end. We are seriously concerned for central city businesses and hospitality. Many people have stated that they just will not be coming into the CBD to shop or dine without it. Why? The cost, the convenience, the undercover access in Auckland's stormy, rainy weather. Please, we ask that the planned sale of the car park is withdrawn immediately and further options investigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. I'll ask Duncan if he will go and receive the petition on behalf of the council. Members, you'll see an executive summary of some of the transport-related concerns that Sherry has got. Obviously, there's not an item on the agenda for us today, but as I understand it, there will be some agenda item coming to the next governing body with the Mayor to do with various transport components of that agreement or that sale, and in that sense, your presentation is quite timely. So thank you, Sherry. There's recommendations up there. Could someone please move it? Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you for going to the trouble of turning up today and presenting that petition and indeed on behalf of the nearly 6,000 people who signed it. Thank you. Yes, thanks. Okay, next item, item number 5, public input. There was none received for that. Item number 6, we do have local board input. We have Kath Hanley from the Waiheke local board, along with Kylie Matthews, board member, wanting to talk to us today on the Waiheke local board concerns with respect to the Waiheke ferry service. There was one other application from Henderson Massey local board and indeed the Hibiscus and Bays local board, but we've decided, given the heavy timetable today, we'll have them next time, so they will be presenting hopefully to us in the next time. So welcome, Kath. You have 5 minutes to address the committee regarding Waiheke Ferry Services.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr Chair. Just before I start, I want to tautoko the petition and say that from Waiheke's point of view, when the governing body made the decision to dispose of that building, we didn't know about it. It is our car park. So for overnight car parks and weekend long-term, that's Waiheke residents. And if you look at the ferries, when they run, you'll often see people who have toted stuff from all over the city, and they've got it to the car park and they have to get all their goods across. It is our shortest route to park a car and get stuff onto the ferry. So that was our car park, but nobody asked us whether it mattered or not if it disappeared. So tautoko that. That isn't why I'm here. I'm here to ask you for help on behalf of Waiheke Island and behalf of visitors to Waiheke Island and on behalf of our board. Apologies that Member Matthews couldn't make it. We had a fair bit of fog out there this morning on the harbour. I just want to backtrack about what this is about. It is about PTOM, the public transport operating model, which is legislative in form and which covers all of the public transport in the country, including all of the ferries now that Devonport's in there, for all of Tamaki Makaurau, other than the Waiheke route. So you will have seen that we spend an enormous amount of energy, and from my point of view, across 3 ministers now, and over many years, and 2 mayors, and umpteen changes in personnel. The current functioning of our Waiheke to downtown return passenger service is dysfunctional at best, is unreliable. They're getting better, but we know that's temporary. I believe that the drawn-out nature of once the last minister said he would initiate the work to consider putting Waiheke ferries into PTOM. That was in Matariki weekend a year ago, and he did that, but it has taken until now and it's still not there with respect to a process. It says Waka Kotahi must make a recommendation to the minister to move Waiheke into PTOM, and for them there are legal thresholds they've got to meet. And even if they met them, the will has to be there to move us. So I just want to say right now, with the increase in the casual day rate for people going to Waiheke, it is now from here, they can do online, but let's say that isn't what most people do. They rock up to get a ferry. It's $58 return. Our winter trade has been dead. We don't see the numbers of particularly younger people that we have seen, and that comes on the back of years of COVID and then recovery. We are losing families, particularly in long-term residents, because we cannot afford the ferry and because families cannot visit their parents. So it can cost $150 or $200 for a family to come over and have lunch with their grandmother on Waiheke. I can give you some comparisons, which the minister in a letter he sent. So we are toing and froing between the minister. We met, and I noticed that Steve Mutton from Waka Kotahi is here. We met with Waka Kotahi a couple of weeks ago, and they have explained why it's taken so long. But in real time, the pain for people is extraordinary. If you didn't know you could get to work, right, and you had no options, you can't just run back, get a car, phone mum to pick you up, rush to the bus stop to get to the train station. It's not like that. We don't have an option. And we are used to having several hundred people left behind. So there's an issue of reliability, there's issues of regulation of that route, and there's definitely an issue of price. And I'll just bring up some comparison for you. And I know the minutes are ticking, Mr. Chair. So for those of you who represent Gulf Harbour and Half Moon Bay electorates, wards, your ferries, if you're on a Community Connect ferry, you're going to spend respectively, Half Moon Bay and then Gulf Harbour, return, connectivity $8.24, return and $11.60 respectively. 16 to 24-year-olds, $8.24 return and $11.60. Accessible fares, $9.70 and $12.20 respectively. And if you're just going to be an adult, because we don't have any beneficiaries passes or anything, so we don't have any of those fares, you are going to spend a minimum of $33.20 getting into town. So we can't go shopping anywhere else. We don't have shoe shops for the kids, right? If you need to go to hospital or visit somebody in hospital, that is what you're going to pay. So at the moment, our monthly fares are being subsidised direct by Auckland Council, as they did for Devonport until it came into PTOM. What we need, now the Mayor's been well briefed, but historically there have been conduits through the governing body for people to represent our interests and to help with advocacy. We don't have that. We are working direct, just between me and the Minister, us and Waka Kotahi, us and Auckland Transport, us and Fuller's. And I've got to say that Fuller's themselves, I'll just quote this to finish, if I can find it, dealing with a disgruntled tour operator who's lost a great deal of money because he can't guarantee his passengers will get across. The chief executive of the business said, please either take up our offer of education in this area so you can make an informed comment, or please don't comment. If appropriate, feel free to thank my organisation, my crews, my teams, and my investors for the continued commitment to Waiheke over many years. Now, I don't know who would speak to their customers. I don't know who, and if we look at that, how much risk there is now in this enormously protracted discussion, and we will have a change of government, but we'll be dealing with different people again. What I'd like, Mr. Chair, is for this committee maybe to own some updates and also some way that there is some support in driving forward a resolution for the people of Waiheke, for whom our ferry has gone to the dogs. We are marooned, but it feels marooned. We shouldn't feel marooned when we are connected to the governing body. We can't expect to be connected to the CCO Board of Auckland Transport, and they're operational. You are political, and that is where this answer lies. So I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hanley. Some very disturbing elements to what's happening at Waiheke, as indeed with other parts of the ferry service. I'll open up to questions now, and Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Kath, I have so much sympathy with what you've put before us. I've just come back from Greece, and there is another city of sails, but with just such a comprehensive ferry service. I mean, you just can't imagine Greece without, and Athens without the ferry services that link it. My question relates not just to Waiheke. I know that you have followed the fortunes of the conservation projects and environmental projects over the last 25 years for the inner Gulf Islands. Would you like to comment on the difficulties that you're seeing from a conservation and environmental perspective on the failure to be able to provide services? Because I know a number of volunteers come from Waiheke, through Waiheke, but when you think of those inner islands, whether it's Motuihe, Motutapu, they also can no longer continue to run conservation programs because of the difficulties. So from a strategic sense, would you have further advice to this? You might say, well, environmental matters should be going to Councillor Hill's committee, but I think it's about the provision of infrastructure, and if we don't have the infrastructure, these things won't happen.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor, and through you, Mr Chair. The issues for volunteers and for groups are the same as the issues for businesses. The whole infrastructure and the setup for visitors and for one's lives and how they are lived revolves around transport as being a critical, essential function. So you build accordingly. When it starts to disappear, and when you can't bank on it, and when you can't get there, because we have a number of conservation groups, so we do a lot of our restoration work using volunteers with our largest organisations. You know, when you can't guarantee that they're going to get there on a Saturday morning to do their morning's work, to give them their free kai so they can then have a great time on Waiheke, that they become as affected as those commercial businesses and those families and those kids who have to pay $26 return to get to their sports activities compared to $0 from Half Moon Bay and $0 on all other ferries. So for us, we have no sports subsidies from Lion Foundation, which supports all sports, but we don't have their pokies, so we don't have all of that money going into our sports, and additionally the kids have to pay 26 return. Fuller's does support some teams, but that's not universal, of course.
Okay, given the nature of this presentation, we'll just have three more questioners, please, if we can just draw the line at that and make your questions reasonably direct. Please, Councillor Walker, Darby, and finish with Councillor Lee, the local ward councillor.
So are there any penalties that Fuller's faces over its management of the route?
The quality partnership agreement that was signed that the Minister two before last asked AT to negotiate with Fuller's. It took years to get that negotiated, and the quality partnership agreement emerged from that, and that's when Devonport was moved into PTOM. In there are some penalties for services that don't run on time or don't run, and the money from those penalties comes to Waiheke Island. So far we haven't seen $1. It's run now for over the last year, and I gather the difficulty is in reconciling this with Fuller's, probably. But I can't tell you what that is because we haven't got the information.
No.
Because there's no data on, look, there is no transparent data on Waiheke ferries because it is considered commercially sensitive. We don't even have a fixed, a known visitor number. What we've got are extrapolated numbers over the decades. So, you know, unfortunately, when it comes to can I tell you hard facts, I've got quite a few, and we've got the extrapolated ones.
So just to clarify, there is public funding for the service? Some public funding?
No.
No, there isn't?
No, and there's no competition. So people talk about competition coming. I did get an email from Fuller's last night. They're going to add a booking system, which I think is called Waiheke Reserve, but I have no details about who will apply, who will be entitled to that. He does mention cruise ship passengers, so I guess they can pre-book 6 months in advance to get a particular ferry at the exclusion of everybody else.
Councillor Darby?
There is some public funding though. There is Super Gold Card and there's 80 monthly hop as of last
Sorry,
1 July.
I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
The discount for the monthly pass, because that is the group that, you know, where the monthly pass had got over $500 or I can't remember. Yes, and there is Super Gold Card. You're right.
Yeah, but look, that's probably just detail. But what you're saying, Kath, is, you know, look, we worked on this jointly and we got one across the line, which was Devonport, and now you're saying we haven't finished the job.
No.
And your board is wanting us to pick it up again and fight for finishing the job.
Yes.
I mean, we've still got two others, but I don't think they're likely, which is Altea and then the Kennedy Point.
Right.
They are also exempt services, but this is the main one you want to focus on.
The other passenger services, yes. So, I mean, and the one that you're referring to, I think there's also, there's the freight and vehicle service. So we already get a very good discount locally to go on the vehicle, thanks to Sea-Link, to go on that ferry.
Just on That QPA, the Quality Partnership Agreement that came in 1 July last year, required a minimum service standard from memory. I think
Yeah.
it was called the Minimum Services Timetable. Are you saying that that Minimum Services Timetable, which is a contract, it was a contract with the company between AT and Fuller's, has not been fulfilled?
The services have not been fulfilled. So, you know, in terms of cancellations or delays, they have had a shortage of maritime skills given.
Yeah.
We met them last August, I believe, and I hooked in Tautaki Auckland Unlimited CEO and their, a person responsible for destination management into that meeting. Because I felt they had a lot to learn about what was going to happen, and I was told it was going to take a year to get everything back on schedule, but the QPA locked in not even our minimum winter timetable. So we lost a hugely important and vital 6:30 a.m. departure commuter service from Waiheke that could get people into town by 7:30 or, you know, to work. That just went during COVID and it was never brought back. So we call it the COVID winter timetable. That's the one that was locked in. We lost our half-hourly ferries. We used to have 2 companies running half-hourly. We've got 1 running hourly, except at key commuter times and the busiest time for visitors.
Okay, Councillor Lee?
Could I just one last one?
Yes,
So
and it's not a question.
That question, Kath, of Waka Kotahi, they undertook a report on this, and it was late last year. So have Waka Kotahi been talking to the board about that report? Now, I understand Waka Kotahi sought some corrections on that report as well. So what's the status of that relationship between you and Waka Kotahi? Because that's where the review is.
Yeah, that is where the review is, and that is where we have been, and we have invited them, and they did come and meet with us at the beginning of this month. So that report was to answer all the questions, and it was due at the end of last year. It didn't actually get powered back till early this year, and I'm not to be quoted because Waka Kotahi should be quoted on the timelines, but I think I'm pretty accurate. They then went to legal advice to say, does this meet the threshold? And then the legal advice said, no, there are 1 or 2 things still. So they then got another consultant, Sapir, who looked at competition, assessed the competition on the route, which, you know, must have been the briefest report ever written. That was due back with Waka Kotahi at the beginning of this month, according to the Minister. So they have explained for them the difficulties also with the PTOM legislation. So yes, it was the National Party that put it in. It was actually Stephen Joyce who put it in against the advice of officers at the time. And when Nikki Kay was Minister, National Minister, she was our MP, and at a angry public meeting with hundreds of people with Fullers, she said National had made a mistake. So she said it very publicly. This should not be political at all. It's just an issue of equity.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you. Not a question, Mr Chair. My apologies for being late. I was held up. My ferry was late because of fog on the harbour. No one's fault, not Fuller's fault this time. I just want to support Kath Hanley and the Waiheke Local Board. The Waiheke Local Board has been campaigning on this issue going back to the time of Nikki Kay. That's 4 ministers ago. There's a lot of sound and noise, but nothing much happens. But I can at least give some encouragement, some good news that there, I have it on good word that a local-based ferry company will be entering the Waiheke service to compete on price and on reliability this summer. So that's good news. I just want to say I regret very much I couldn't be here to hear the presentation from Sherry Gartner, because in terms of Waiheke, the downtown car park building is very important for Waiheke Islanders and also their families, and also for conservationists going to work in the Gulf on the weekend. So I just want to make that point. Thanks very much, Kath.
Councillor Lee, would you like to move the recommendations?
Very happy to move the recommendations,
Seconded by
Mr Chair.
Councillor Fletcher, and I would just note in response to your request, Chair Hanley, that referring, there's a number of matters, and in fact, there's a number of matters across the ferry network as a whole that Waiheke joins. I'm obsessed with Gulf Harbour, but we know there are other ferry runs that have been very adversely affected too. So that will get picked up, Kath, and it's very clear to me, and I guess the committee, that there are serious issues here that are not going away, and they need to be redressed, and in some cases after years and years. Moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Kath.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item up on the agenda was to do with extraordinary items. There are none. Item 8, we dealt with the petition earlier under item 4, which brings us up to item number 9, which is the Waka Kotahi update for September. I welcome to the front there Steve Mutton, Director of Regional Relationships, Liz McGuire, the Chief Digital Officer, and online we have Serena Prattley, who's the Chief Customer and Services Officer, to give us an update on Waka Kotahi's digital and customer vision as it relates to Auckland. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your time this morning. We really appreciate the involvement with Waka Kotahi in these meetings. Look, we've always been here talking about the exciting projects that have been happening around the region, but today I'm really excited to have two of our executive members with us who are leading some game-changing work around our digital and customer strategy. So I'll pass it straight over to Liz, who will just work through a quick presentation, and we're really keen to open it up to the floor for a korero. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Liz.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for having us here today. We're very excited to update you on some of our thinking around our work on digital and our customers, and we have a very short presentation that we will take you through, and then looking forward to a discussion around the opportunities and the challenges for Auckland that we need to be aware of. I can drive. When we think about, so in a request for the committee, I guess, as we just go through our quick presentation, what should we be thinking about at Waka Kotahi as we build out our digital and customer solutions? So looking forward to that discussion. Just in terms of how it'll run, I'll talk a bit about digital and some of the digital projects we have underway, and then Serena, who is our Chief Customer Officer, will talk about customer experience, and I know there's a lot of interest around national ticketing, so she'll talk about that as well. So when we think about the digital opportunity for New Zealand and the transport system, at Waka Kotahi we're thinking about kind of 3 buckets of work. First of all, how do we simplify and modernise our digital ecosystem? Secondly, what does it mean for transport and digitising services and solutions? And then thirdly, how can we digitise a lot of our customer interactions? So I'm going to talk about number 2 and number 3 today. When we think about digitising transport solutions, there's really, there's obviously a lot we do on a day-to-day basis to maintain to support the transport in Auckland, particularly with ATOC. So I have a lot of my folks working with ATOC to make sure that all the transport technology works for people in Auckland. And keeping Auckland safe and keeping people moving is obviously our number 1 priority from a digital perspective. We do, though, we're kind of calling out kind of 3 big plays, I think, as we move forward with our digital agenda. And the first one is how digital and data can be used to improve the way we manage our infrastructure assets, the way we design, the way we plan, the way we maintain. So digital engineering, digital twins. We know that we've been behind with that, and we've done a lot of work to figure out what we've got to do. We've got a lot of the foundations in place now and starting to move forward, and we would be excited to talk with the council some more around those opportunities. The second big play is, we think, in the space of connected vehicles, and that's really around raising the question of what happens if we could talk to vehicles directly rather than having to rely on cameras or sensors. And this is a longer term play, essentially, but the opportunities for us is around road user charge collection, so being able to remove fuel excise tax. There's opportunities for congestion charging, there's opportunities for safety. There are many questions around this, not least of all, how do we do it in a safe way? How do we make sure we have a social licence around this? But we have just started discovery on that. And I guess, again, if the council is interested in that, we would be delighted to work together on that. The third big play really around transport is around national ticketing, and Serena will talk about that in a minute. The other area of focus for our digital strategy is on the customer side, and we are a long way behind, I think, in terms of how our customers, the users of our services in New Zealand, how they interact with us. And one of the big things we have underway with this is we are now in pilot, a small internal pilot with the Waka Kotahi app, which will go public, we would hope, sort of March, April time next year. And initially that will have some functionality around see all your driver's license details in one place, see your car details in one place, enable you to pay your registration, pay your tolling, that sort of thing. But where we're ending up is that we would like a mobile driver's license to be on the phone. We think that there are many opportunities, and I guess the underlying philosophy is a bit like what the banks have done with mobile banking, and that's my background, financial services, is if we build a really highly engaged digital base, then we can talk to people individually about the behavioural change we need to see for safety, for modal shift. We're not precious about our app having to be used by Aucklanders, and we've had quite a number of conversations with AT around we will build the services, and if they would like to consume them in the AT mobile app, then we would be really happy. We would just like those services eventually to be able to get to Aucklanders. How this all comes together and how we're thinking about it is this kind of little diagram, which is essentially we can talk to you in your car and we know, for example, that you've driven so far and you need to pay some road user charges, or that you've driven into central Auckland and you've hit a congestion charging zone. And then we can then send an alert to your phone to enable you to do the thing that you need to do as a result of what you've triggered with your car. So, for example, pay a congestion charge, pay a speed fine, pay your road use charges, that sort of thing. And the way that you might make that payment is through national ticketing as the payments device. So we're seeing all these, while these things feel a little bit kind of separate, we think that there's a picture together in that ecosystem about how they all fit together. So now I'm going to pass over to Serena, who's going to talk a little bit about national ticketing.
Thank you, Liz. So ko Serena Pratley toko ingoa. I started at Waka Kotahi 6 months ago and I'm really enjoying it. Apologies I couldn't be there in person. I'm blaming Windy Wellington for that. So national ticketing is an integrated digital solution which will make it easier for travellers to pay for their public transport. So our customers and consumers will be able to use their own contactless debit card or credit card or in a digital equivalent on their tablet or phone. So software in the back office will calculate the best fare, it will aggregate the journeys of their travel through the day and then calculate that overnight to the card. If you don't have a debit card or a credit card, and there is consumers that don't, you can still use a transit card, which our consumers use today, and that will be calculated in the back office. Of course, AT have an amazing app, so that we'll be integrating into that. So there will be an app available and online, and you can top up your transit card instantly through this new system, which is a great benefit. So speaking of benefits on the next page, national ticketing will unlock benefits and enable change for Aotearoa and Auckland. Firstly, it will be more convenient for casual users and visitors. You don't have to have cash or a card on hand. You can just use your card, your debit or credit card. and it's introducing a modern system which is similar in overseas experience. Number 2, we see at the business case operational benefits were identified through the work. Business systems will not need to be upgraded for different councils through this, and will have lower operational costs as we centralise more back office functions. Number 3, with AT HOP infrastructure, we won't need to look at renewing the contract, and the NTS program are already working to implement EMV, which is the customer payments options through debit and credit card, in the early phase of the program, which is fantastic. This is what we need. This will improve security and alignment to industry standards. But at the end of the day, the system will need to be replaced. AT has completed a business case assessment against this sort of the do-nothing approach, and the NTS program does deliver a cost savings benefit for that. Number 4, and this is a great benefit, it will be easy to implement the pricing changes and concessions through back office. We can do that in an integrated way through the systems. We'll have a deeper understanding of the customer journeys through our data. So we could optimize the service and make different investment decisions where we need. If we look at number 6, I talk to Vanessa and Roger all the time from AT, and we know that there is work and there is experiences that work really, really well today. We just want to build on that. We are committed and working with our AT partners deeply, and they're deeply involved in the governance and co-design of the National Ticketing Program, which is great. And lastly, with increased access, we're ultimately contributing to reducing carbon emissions and improving safety and congestion on our roads, which is great. I just wanted to talk a little bit about integrated experience, and Liz talked about it. We have some work to do on improving our overall customer experience at Waka Kotahi. We are working with AT and going, what can we leverage? How do we leverage our capabilities to improve overall? Our aspiration is to provide a connected, seamless experience using the digital ecosystems that we've talked about today, bringing together the travel services, information, and payments, and giving customers the convenience for self-service options at their convenience, right? We want it to be easy to navigate and easy to use, but also when they need us, they can get in contact with us for more involved inquiries. Continue to build capability, our technology, and streamline our business processes to improve that experience. But this is a fantastic opportunity to do that. So yeah, ngā mihi. Open to questions.
Yeah, so thank you for listening to our small preso, and just yes. I guess now we're interested to know if there's any questions from the committee that we can talk to.
All right, so thank you for that, Liz and Serena. So we have a number of questions, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we start, we did ask if people had any questions beforehand to submit them. We have about 7 fairly substantive presentations that we've asked the presenters to keep to a tight timeline on, so it would be very helpful if members could do likewise with their questions. Otherwise we'll be here at 12 o'clock at night, and I don't think anyone wants that. So we have a whole swag. Having said that, straight away, the Mayor, Councillor Dalton, Darby, Walker, Baker and Bartley. Mr Mayor.
Thank you for that. I notice that you say we will build. What my biggest worry is that you don't tend to use off-the-shelf stuff, and everything that you've got there you can buy somewhere else already. So is it your plan to carry on doing things yourself instead of buying off the shelf?
I would actually say, Mayor, that we historically for digital we've bought a lot more than we've built, and actually my philosophy would be the closer you get to the customer, the more you want to have control over the technology roadmap. So if we take national ticketing, we've bought the entire thing from Cubic, who is a world-leading provider of ticketing solutions. They do New York, they do London, they do San Francisco, they're doing Brisbane. So we've actually bought pretty much all of it in its entirety off the shelf.
For $1 billion. Okay,
Yeah, and that billion includes, is the running costs over the period, not just obviously the establishment costs, yeah.
because the thing that I'm most interested in is time of use charging. You actually spoke about congestion charging, which is very different from time of use charging. And time of use charging, you could buy off-the-shelf things 15 years ago from 3M
Yeah.
for that. So I don't want to go into be months and months and months while Wellington dithers around producing something that we can just buy and stick up.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't want to hear a long time. I don't want to hear it. It's being overly specialised for us. These have been available to buy for years and years and years.
Yeah,
And so
and we have
off the shelf,
actually,
please.
in relation to time of use charging, we're actually in the middle of replacing our tolling systems at the moment. So we've just replaced all the tolling systems out at the Northern Gateway, and we've got 3 other toll roads to go. That tolling system we've bought also does time of use charging. So we have that. We haven't enabled it. We'd have to turn it on and test it, but we have that capability.
Well, I want to
that we
have
have
a
already.
discussion with you people very shortly, because right at the top of the list we want is time of use charging on your roads and our roads. And
Yep. We'd be
we've got both
delighted to
parties
talk
ready to
about
push that in. I don't want to get it tangled up in some great long Whakakotahi mess in Wellington, please. Is that all right? Thank you.
Yep, perfect.
Councillor Dalton?
Thank you very much, and yes, really supportive of national ticketing. Just more broadly, my question is around cyber safety and the ability to leverage for all councils of Waka Kotahi when it comes to cyber safety. So not just for ticketing, but in all we do, it is a top risk for our CCOs, and it must be throughout the country. And we had a breach last week or the week
Yes.
before.
Yeah, and
So it is really about how can we as a country be able to leverage off the strength of government.
that's a good question. We are maybe informally helping. Like my security team have been in helping Auckland Transport this last week. We haven't had any conversations about formally supporting. I mean, I guess my initial reaction would be each council has their own group of systems, and so therefore everything is unique to that group of systems. But if there's interest, there could well be an opportunity there, and we would be, keen to support as much as we can. I think there is, generally speaking, I think there are some opportunities for us to do more joined up systems. So asset management would be a good example. So at the moment we have a project called Asset Management Data Standard that we are rolling out to all the councils, where essentially we're now going to describe each individual component of roading infrastructure in the same way. So a culvert that looks like this everyone will use the same code to describe that culvert. And it's a terribly nerdy project, but it's a foundation for building digital twins and for digital engineering. When we look at all the councils that have to update all their asset management systems, you go, why do we not just have one joined up one that I think there's examples like that. So really keen to talk more about how we can support that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Darby?
Thanks, Steve, Liz and Serena, for the presentation today. 3 quick questions. Government's introduced as of 1 July Community Connect concession, and it's very clumsy with the 80 hop card. You'll probably be aware of that. For the national ticketing system, will those sorts of issues where you need to load multiple concessions, those problems will just disappear? That's my first question. I'll just carry on. When are you likely to reveal or confirm at least your trading name for this national ticketing system? It's not a very cool name, NTS, is it? I no doubt you've got a cool name coming, if not already confirmed. And in terms, the last question is on the staging of in the national ticketing system. I understand Canterbury is first out of the blocks. Mm-hmm. Can you just explain, we've got real constraints on the hop card. It's a clumsy system, it's an expensive system to update in the back office with ground transportation systems, formerly TALUS. Is there ongoing thinking about getting Auckland to the front of the queue or near the front of the queue? 3 questions, thanks.
So I'm just going to get Serena to answer those, and then I'll jump in once she's finished.
Thank you. There is lots of work underway with concessions, and it is quite complex, as you mentioned, Councillor. So there is a lot of work, and that's what we're aiming. So we can do all of that in the background and make sure that our consumers have the cheapest option. In relation to the brand, we're nearly there. I think we're not at the position just to announce it, but soon to be able to announce it, because I agree, NTS people struggle to understand that. So we want a brand that is around Aotearoa that people can recognise, and it is simple. So that is soon to be announced. In relation to the staging, we are going with Environmental Canterbury and hoping to do that mid next year. On plan 2, we are working with AT now with as I mentioned, with the early MV, the EMV type stuff. So we're constantly reviewing how we can do things more quickly in this program. So I'm happy to talk about that with you further in the staging. I don't know if you've had anything else to add, Liz.
Probably just to say, like, it's a very complex undertaking, and we've started with ECAN because they've got the kind of shortest shelf life, I guess, in terms of the current product that they've got. But actually, it helps de-risk the delivery for Auckland, because, well, they don't have trains in Canterbury, but we will have trialled all the bus solutions. So pretty much, aside from the train validators, the actual full solution comes out with ECAN. And so what you guys will know that when you migrate across, that you're getting a really good, sturdy, has been working in production, all the bugs ironed out type system. So.
All right, thanks, Councillor Walker.
Sure, I'm just looking at slide 4 that covers off, connected vehicles and data and automation. Are you going to be able to provide motorists with information on where there are breakdowns and what the likelihood is of delay, so that they can plan their trips?
We do now. We have a tool called Journey Planner now, which does road closures and breakdowns. My view actually is, and maybe this is probably more of a personal view than an official view, is that that Google's already filling that gap quite well, and that actually most people would be using it already. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. Having said that, if I'm planning a trip, I can check Google out, but it doesn't tell me the nature of the accident and how long it's going to be. So, for example, part of the motorway system could completely be down, and Google's not going to tell me that. If I know that, myself and thousands of other motorists can make a decision to use a ferry or whatever.
Yeah, and Google does know, because it gets the data from us. So we send the data to Google. I think what would be super smart, and this comes down to whether there would be a social license for this, but if let's say our app knew that you normally drive on the motorway at this time of the day to go to work, and it then could send you an alert to say, by the way, we know you normally go on the motorway, but don't go that way this time. That would be imminently doable, I think.
And the other quick question, in your connected vehicles, are you talking to companies like Tesla and what's happening in the United States in this space?
Yes, exactly. So we've got a variety of discovery work underway. We're talking to people who already provide in-vehicle telematics technology. We're talking to car manufacturers. We're talking to Apple and Google about their CarPlay services. Right. So we're not in any way near to making a decision around technology yet. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Baker?
Yep, so that was one of my questions, was in regards to looking at international modelling and pilots for using in satellite stuff. The other one is, are you using, or are you looking at measurement of road quality using satellite imagery, which has been sort of used, or there was some 2018 work done at Washington University about actually using satellite stuff to monitor road condition, as opposed to having people driving around checking road quality?
we haven't, I'm not aware that we've been looking at satellite work, though, although our transport people might be, just looking at Steve, see if he knows. We are looking at, there's a number of solutions like, for example, accessing the cameras in cars. A lot of that happens a lot in the US, that road controlling authorities there use just the normal cameras of the people driving on their highways. There's that option. We've also got some other technology that we're looking at that would not only give us a view around road capability, but would essentially map our roads from a digital twin perspective, so that we would have all the data ready to kind of hit the ground running. So yeah, there's some options there. I will check out the satellite one though. That's
Cool, thanks. And just in regards to the national ticketing, who owns the customer data? Because currently the AT hop data is owned by basically Auckland Transport. So who owns, when it changes over to a national ticketing system, who owns that data? And then other than the ability to have a sort of a more seamless payment system when you go out of Auckland, what other significant changes are Hopcard users in Auckland going to actually see from the NTS? Are the benefits, downsides, all that sort of stuff?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that one, Serena, or would you like me to jump in?
Yeah, jump in, and particularly around the data.
Yeah, so certainly our position is that the public transport authorities own the customer and therefore the data. There will need to be some data sharing agreements, right? Because there's stuff that we will need to know as the operator of the schemes that we'll therefore need to keep data on. And I think we've documented a lot of that already in the agreements that we've signed so far. In terms of the benefit outside of Auckland, the folks outside of Auckland are the capability is a long way behind where AT is, generally speaking, and so they get a lot more. There's a lot more opportunity there in terms of mobile capability and just the general ubiquity, I guess, of being able to have a payment service. So a lot of it is catching up with where Auckland is with what we've enjoyed for a number of years.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about the national ticketing, and I don't want to be anti-progression, but if something isn't broke, then why fix it? That's my thinking around all the work that went in to get people to get a hop card to use the buses and the trains. So I suppose my question is it really necessary to have an NTS? And how are things like people's real life experiences taken into account? For instance, will kids be given, will they need a Visa card to get on the public transport? And people who budget, there's a reason why you have a separate hop card, things like that.
Do you want to talk about that one, Serena?
Here.
Yes, and I can understand where you're coming from. So there will be available transit cards as they are today. So you can still budget, because that's been the feedback, that you can have it separately and budget to that. So that's definitely going to be an opportunity. I think this enables the ability to be at foot, particularly for our visitors across the whole of Aotearoa, to be able to use their cards and connect us, like, for example, connecting Te Huia into Auckland and not having to, to use different things and things like that, particularly for our visitors. I think that it will be easier for the top-ups for our parents to be able to support. But it's something definitely that we're spending a lot of time in the user experience. We're doing a lot of testing, meeting with customer groups, meeting with communities to make sure that we have got a great service and that we tap into those important groups. Anything else to add, Liz, there?
Oh, I guess just to say that I see this very much for Auckland, that we're building on the success of AT Hop. So it's not going to be, we're not throwing anything away. No one's going backwards. The people that use hop cards now will either use essentially exactly the same sort of transit card, but it'll have one more brand on it, and AT will still be there, or they can choose to use, or they could choose to use their phone if they've got, because they'll be able to load their transit card on their phone, or they can choose to use their normal kind of bank card. So it probably gives Aucklanders a lot more choice. And so the people who are really big, who are happy using HOP now, are kind of essentially have the same sort of experience. And then people who, a lot of the kind of maybe not regular users of public transport, it gives them a big push to be able to, that barrier of I haven't got a way to pay goes away, we hope.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, finally, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question, and then I think I'll start with a comment. I think what you're hearing here is people want a supportive of a national ticketing system, but they want to make sure that it's practical, all right? I had questions around ownership of data, cybersecurity, but which has been answered, but my question is going to be now around a disaster, like something happens, we get a lot of flooding, or something happens, and what is really good in the AT system is that it immediately tells you, not to go any further, the transport route options, etc. Where will that data go if you are somewhere else? So will it be based on the location of the person, if it's national, or will it be based on where the person registers their card?
So AT is still going to have the AT mobile app. Right. And the national ticketing data will go into that back end and will be used in exactly the same way that it's used now. So
you're saying that actually we can just keep on with our AT HOP card, no change, no difference?
Yeah, you end up physically replacing. We end up physically replacing the card because we're moving to a new system. But the functionality is exactly the same, and everything that AT gets to offer in their mobile app, they'll continue to be able to offer. Plus, we would hope that there'll be some extra things on top, like Serena said, about parents being able to better manage their kids' cards, for example.
I think that wasn't kind of clear in your presentation. It looked to be separate. So I think that's a really important point, colleagues. It's actually it's AT HOP card plus.
Exactly, and I think one of the pluses is that you will be able to have it on your phone. And, a lot of us are trained now to basically leave the house without our wallets, right? So I think that will be a really useful use case too.
All right, thank you. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Is anyone wanting to talk to this? Okay, Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. First of all, just to Steve on a different issue, thank you for dealing with that significant amount of graffiti through our requests a couple of weeks ago down throughout the motorway and down where the slips were and the pink path. That was really appreciated. On the national ticketing, I think this is huge. This is important. We, unfortunately, as a city, as a country, are far behind. There was obviously a proposal over 10 years ago to have this done, and I won't go into that, but we'd be well ahead of parts of the world now if that had gone ahead then. This will complement a HOP type local card for us, but this is crucial that we have for visitors, for the ease of access, for when you lose a card, for at the moment if you don't register your card or you've lost it, it's quite a big deal to, the HOP card is amazing and it's changed our public transport system, but if on those times you either don't have one, can't access one, to be able to use your phone, Apple Pay, or a credit card or your debit card will change the system and mean those trips or those people who maybe don't take public transport often feel enabled to just jump on, the car's in the shop for the day and you want to test out the public transport system, whatever, you don't have to go through all the rigmarole. So this will help transform our public transport system to the next level. I hope that you and the teams aren't worried. There was a few comments from elected members, I think, in the media a couple months ago that weren't correct. We have approved this as a council. We're on record supporting this. We're on record supporting it through the RLTP with funding as well. So unless someone wants to change that direction, which I hope they don't, we are on board with this democratically, but we're also on board through, I think, the community. So I just want to put that out there that this is a really important part of the journey, but also means we can move around the country and jump on the Wellington, Christchurch, wherever we are, and be able to use those systems too, like many cities overseas. And I just think this is a great step. For those worried about getting new cards, I think we had a 10-year target of 1 million cards at the beginning of HOP, and I think that was surpassed within about 4 years, well ahead of the target. So it showed that the take-up was really a lot faster than we expected, and I'm sure that will happen even better now with the amount of retailers and outlets we can do that. But thank you very much.
All right, it's been moved, it's seconded, the resolution to receive the update. Thank you, our presenters today. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call up the next item is the City Rail Link Limited update. We have Sean Sweeney, the Chief Executive, and I believe accompanied by John Bridgman, the Board Chair, to bring us up to date with this project. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to come along and meet you this morning and give you a bit of an update on CRL. My name's John Bridgman. I'm the Chair of City Rail Link Limited. I think, as you may be aware, I took over from Sir Brian Roach around April this year. And the intent this morning is to give you a little bit of an update on where we are, the progress on the project, give you some photos and the challenges that the project will face from a technical perspective towards completion, and also some initiatives we've started from a client side or sponsor side to improve the performance of the team overall. But perhaps I can take a moment just to introduce myself at the beginning. As I say, I'm the chair. I'm also a director of Waka Kotahi and Kaingaroa. I chair Waka Kotahi's Investment and Delivery Committee meeting, but I'll leave that hat behind, if I may, from the previous conversation. Previously, I was CE at Otakaro, which is the Crown Rebuild Company in Christchurch, and oversaw the convention centre there and advancing a lot of the Crown's investment in Christchurch to recover from the earthquakes, but was primarily involved in repurposing the organisation into a central Crown infrastructure delivery agency. It's now named Roe Paenga and is operating here in Auckland and through the country, delivering the Crown's social infrastructure projects. But prior to working in Christchurch, I have a background in major infrastructure. I was for many years involved with AECOM and had roles in New Zealand and Australia and Asia on major infrastructure. And the most relevant project experience I have for this project, or City Rail Link, is a couple of years working in Melbourne on the Metro project there, on the Systems Alliance, which is the rail systems making that the backbone of that project. On North-South Bypass Tunnel, which is now called Clem 7 in Brisbane, I was a design director on what was then the largest PPP or road tunnel in Australia. I was involved in early work on Waterview Tunnel, and way back in the annals of time as a young engineer, I was a design manager on part of the Channel Tunnel in England. More locally, I was involved with leadership of the Auckland Rail electrification project, and the bit that gives me most personal connection to City Rail Link in 2009 led the CBD rail tunnel study, which is a precursor to the business case for this project. So I'm very interested in seeing this complete and being involved through to the completion of the project. And progress on the job is going well, and Sean's going to explain that in greater detail to you where we're at. And this year, following the investment at Christmas, has been a significant change in the performance of the contractor in terms of completion and focus on completion rather than commercial aspects. And so we'd just like to acknowledge Council's support for the project at the end of last year and the financial support, because it's made, it has been a foundation for improvement on the project towards completion. And the challenge for us, and we'll spend some time talking about it today, is, and this isn't a bogey challenge, it's the joy of being involved in underground complex project type challenge, the engineering challenge, the focus for us over the coming period is systems integration and the pieces associated with completing that systems bit. The construction, physical construction is largely complete. Fit out is going well, and you'll see how from the photos it looks fabulous, and I think a lot of you will get a chance to actually see that over the coming months as various visits are organised. But that's our big focus, and to do that we're pulling together a high degree of collaboration between KiwiRail, AT and ourselves to be the client side, and the sponsors to be the client side aspect of that systems integration, testing, commissioning, and getting to day one operations and day 90 operations for customers. So with that brief introduction, perhaps I can pass to Sean to give a little bit more detail, and then we can round it out with answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, John. Kia ora tātou. I have a large number of photos, but late yesterday afternoon I got shown an early rush of our latest drone video, which goes live tomorrow. So I asked the people who support the meeting, could we get the video up, because I think it shows better than any photos. So if we could just run the video. We did this video to celebrate the fact that the railway now is complete all the way from Mongafo down to Britomart on one track. This is the Beresford Square station, which will have the longest escalator in New Zealand going up there. You can see final ceilings, escalators and wall finishes going in. Thank you. goes live tomorrow. I think that shows better than any set of photos where we're actually at. I will skip over the photos now. Will this go to the presentation now? Okay, cool. Okay, as John said, current status, we've done the photos, and then really looking ahead, because the building project is going well, the heavy construction is over, and we're well into the fit-out. That is not where the risks are now. The risks are the systems integration, testing, commissioning, and readiness for operations. Just quickly, the current is now tracking well to meet its contractual date of 26 November and the agreed contractual cost. We've held these targets basically since we had the commercial reset, which reinforces the comments John made about how that's changed performance on the job. We are tracking to complete within the overall revised budget figure. As I said before, the civil works, the heavy construction, 99% complete. The fit-out, we're 31% through the architectural, 23 through the mechanical, fire and hydraulics, 16 through the electrical, and the linear, which is the track works, we're over halfway through. I will just go, these are just a repeat of the video you saw. So the future challenges, experience from all the projects we talk to worldwide are saying that the biggest risks are still remaining, and they are to do with systems integration, testing and commissioning, and operational readiness and test running. What I'm going to do is just take you through some of the work that's happening on site. I'm not intending that you understand it because it's very complex and I struggle to get my head around it as well. The reason I'm going to do it is I had a conversation with Bernard Orsman, I think about maybe 3 months ago, where I was taking Bernard through the tunnels and I was trying to explain to him that after construction would be essentially complete, there'd be over a year of further activities before we'd be ready to hand over. And I could tell from the look on Bernard's face, he either didn't believe or didn't understand, or a combination of both, as to why it would take a year from when construction is finished to or more than a year before we could hand over. I'm just going to show you the sorts of things that have to happen once we complete construction. So the path from here. This is a schematic of what we're trying to do. Those 4 squares at the bottom half, they are the stations. The small boxes inside are all the different systems in each station. They have to be commissioned, talk to each other, then talk to the backbone, talk to the control rooms, and we also have to bring Britomart up to the same level, which is going to be a challenge degree due to its age and the legacy systems there. The pathway from here is very simply, every piece of plant and equipment gets tested in the factory, then gets brought onto site, it gets wired in and powered up, and it's tested again. It then gets connected to everything else, and we check that it is talking to all the other pieces of equipment it has to. We then start doing what we call dynamic integration tests, and that starts with a test train running, and we see that all the equipment through the railway is doing what we expect. If that goes well, we then start running what we call shadow passenger operations, full trial running. So there's 5 discrete phases of testing and commissioning before we will get sign-off. This is just a current high-level schedule. It's showing that 1 July next year is the plan for first trial train operations to happen. We have built what's called a systems integration facility. The top-level logic of that is in a series of rooms above Britomart Station in the old post office. We have built a facsimile of all the systems that we need to run, and we get them to talk to each other and test their performance. The logic being it's a lot easier to fix something when it's in an environment like this than when it's in a crowded, very congested or hard to reach part of the railway. So we are testing as many of the systems as we can before they actually get installed. You can see station clocks. You can see on the bottom right hand there's actually, I think, signage from the railway routes. So we're simulating as many of the operations as we can. We can't simulate them all. Trial operations. It was a learning to me as to the range of different scenarios we have to plan for before we will get the railway certified. One type is what's called degraded operations. Degraded operations are when things are not working quite right, but the railway's still able to operate. It could be a technical failure, a human failure, or some form of external factor. The human failure could be passenger misconduct, could be passenger sickness, it could be incorrect actions by staff. External factors could be extreme weather, sabotage, or a security issue. All of these would cause a degraded operations mode to occur. We have emergency operations planning, and that can be anything from a derailment to a collision to a fire in the train to a bomb attack, flooding, earthquakes, or a security threat. They all have to be planned for. So we have at the moment 47 different scenarios, either normal operations, degraded operations, or emergency operations that each have to be thoroughly planned, and we have to test the railway in each of those scenarios to see that everything that is required happens in the right sequence. One thing that I didn't understand was the size of the driver training. We will need 240 new drivers. We'll need at least 230 training days. We'll require a minimum of 364 classes for those new drivers, and in excess of 1,200 trips in the tunnels to train all those drivers, and that all has to be scheduled around normal operations. It's not a trivial task, getting the driver training up to the required level. In parallel to the physical works, what we have is what we call the paper project. The paper project is everything we have to do to get the sign-offs, approvals and certifications to be allowed to run the railway. It's a huge job. In some ways, it's as hard, if not more complex, than the physical works. But just to give you an indication of the size and the scale, there's over 60,000 documents we have to produce, 30,000 drawings. There's 1,500 tests we have to run. There's 400 test procedures we have to document. This gets clumped up into various areas. The Link Alliance has a range of asset management documents they have to do. You'll see they have 15 operational readiness documents here. They're not one page, they could be 1,000 pages long, those documents. Then there's their operational plans that they have to put together, and then AT and KiwiRail have to put their management documentation together as well. This is a huge task. We are tracking things like operation and maintenance manuals. At the moment, there's 62 of these that have to be produced. We've got 11 approved, submitted for final review at the moment, and we're tracking these as we go forward. There's also a wide range of what's called assurance documentation. This has 53,000 pages of assurance documentation. We're tracking it. It covers all modes of railway operations, and you can see we're tracking it in a timeline as well to see how we're going. The last thing, and John touched on this, we are working very hard to form what we call a one client group or one client alliance, where AT, KiwiRail and ourselves work together to pool our resources and manage the collective challenges that will be presented to us during these next phases. We've been working in this manner, it's been going well, but there's further work done to operationalise it, and this work is supported by the chairs and CEOs of each organisation. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Sean and John. Wonderful fly through there. Couple of quick questions. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much. I love the drone footage. It was fantastic. So just to be clear today, when do you think the public will be on the CRL and being able to get around the grid?
That's a decision for Auckland Transport. We're tracking to a practical completion of November 25, but that's when we hand the facilities over to Auckland Transport and KiwiRail.
So that's including your year of... No.
That's before. The date we have is practical completion.
Then you've got a year of...
No. There's a year from... Sorry. Construction will be largely complete middle of next year. Mm-hmm. We have somewhere between 12 and 16 months of systems integration, testing and commissioning, and operational readiness planning to get practical completion. We then hand the facilities over to KiwiRail and Auckland Transport, and they have to do further work to be able to be ready to take passengers.
You don't know how long that further work would take?
No, you should ask them. They're doing a lot of work on it, but I couldn't speak for them.
Right, okay.
I think the message that we've consistently given is 2026. So, you know, there is a period of time there, and as we get closer to it, then that will firm up.
Thank you, Barry, for that. Councillor Walker?
One of the risks is electricity power. So are you covering off resilience in terms of peak demand and overall supply?
I believe so, but again, if you want a technical answer, I'd have to come back to you on that.
Walker, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I've followed this with much interest. You talk about the importance of ensuring at this stage the resilience. Given that this is a project that's been beyond the scale of anything ever imagined in New Zealand, where does the framework, in a regulatory sense, given that we have had no precedent for a project this size, are these international design standards, or can you give me a better understanding of where this is being drawn from? And I have one further question after that.
The design standards are drawn from a reference design that AET put together starting in 2012. It was long before my time, but I know that the team they brought together had international expertise from the right sorts of projects, particularly London Rail and Australia. And they had international consultants, of which John's former company was one of those, and they put together the design that we're building to.
My question is really posed on the basis of, as an elected member, the comfort that we need to give to the public, and it's part of giving the information that helps people understand, just because the CRL looks to be ready, that it's, you know, that we are meeting these standards and that they have been given the utmost integrity to ensure the safety. I mean, it was a great challenge at that time in 2012 and on, for something that hadn't been contemplated on this scale in New Zealand before. So I'm well pleased to see what you've given us by way of a little information to demonstrate the complexity of it. The second part of my question is perhaps just the frustration I have where there are matters that are sort of not necessarily in scope for you, but certainly in scope for council and for AT. And that relates to those things that are going to make the CRL function, you know, in an optimal way. So, you know, later in the agenda, we'll be talking about grade separation. We're going to be talking about all those other things. Do you have a comment as chair on the importance of council coming to grips with the, in a strategic sense, the work that must be undertaken for this to be the success that we all hope?
Yes, there is quite, well, we know there's a lot of work that follows on from CRL. Some of it is progressive because getting the patronage that you want out of the project is a growing thing. So the need to have the system full noise from day one doesn't exist, but a time afterwards, it might be 5, 8 years, something of that nature. So the capital investment on those things like grade separation, network enhancements to get full passenger capability out of CRL is a time-bound thing. As to the nature of what was defined as CRL scope at the beginning versus the wider network improvements that are required to enable that project, Tiwahanga have done a review of that process and have highlighted some areas that are really important for future learning on how we commission these projects. But the reality is there are some brave political decisions were made at the time for better or worse, they've enabled the project to happen, and we need to get a handle on what those follow-on issues are. They're well defined now, but it's it will develop over time as the project speed comes up.
Based on your considerable experience, and given what you anticipate for the future, is there any guidance that you'd give this council on the types of governance structures that we might consider for the future to ensure, that additional work can continue, but also that there is due accountability?
There's real value, I think, in having a vehicle that's focused on delivery. Setting up City Rail Link Limited has enabled it to focus very much on getting the project done. Trying to develop the scope of those projects is very challenging because if you sit down and say, well, we've got to fund the complete project over its life cycle or immediate life cycle, then you'd probably decide not to proceed with anything because the price would be astronomical. And I understand the challenges politicians face in making those decisions. But we do have to recognise that as soon as we make a capital investment, it probably triggers more investment to maximise the capability of the asset. And understanding what that pipeline is and knowing how it's going to play out is a worthwhile activity.
Mayor Brown?
Thanks for the fly through. You've made some progress in clearing the unnecessary clutter from the streets and giving us more of the city back. Can you let us know when we're likely to see significantly more of Albert Street given back?
Now? Look, I think we're looking for a significant change in that area around Christmas.
Sooner the better. For Mr. Bridgman, you're on Waka Kotahi and Kāinga Ora. How are you managing the conflicts? Because sometimes what Kāinga Ora want to do is not what we want to do. And we are half the cost of this thing and don't have much say.
The property issues for KO and CRL are largely separated now with Panuku stepping into the frame. And so I don't think there's a conflict for me in that space. The other area that influences CRL is Waka Kotahi's role as regulator for the rail space, and that was considered carefully at the time, and whenever that regulatory decision comes up, I'll not be involved in KO's, Waka Kotahi's decision making. But that's largely process-based. It's a case of proving the safety case between now and operations.
Councillor Ferry?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Finally, Councillor Turner online.
Thank you. My two questions are, is everybody in there as shell-shocked as me? And the other question is, as a tradie, I understand the complexity of the technology interface. I understand the complexity and the costs and the time of all the health and safety and personal man-hours across everyone involved in this. The public ask just two questions when they get a house built or a car fixed or anything like that. It doesn't matter how many noughts are behind the number, how much, and when will it be finished and usable. And although this has 9 or maybe even 12 noughts behind it, when is it going to be finished and what's it going to cost?
How many noughts and when will it be finished?
We are tracking to get practical completion on 26th of November 2025, and the costs are in the currently approved $5.43 billion. The currently approved numbers we're tracking towards.
Okay,
Can I please, this presentation today has been about everything after practical completion, is that correct?
No, no, it's everything from now leading up to practical completion.
Right, thank you for that, Sean, and
Thank you.
Councillor Turner. Final, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations. As hard-hearted as I have become, I have to confess, for a little lump in the throat seeing that video. It's a splendid achievement. It's good that we're discussing a positive aspect of the CRL, because all too often in the past it's been negative. The few times that I have heard presentations from CRL Limited tended to be about unexpected, shall we say, unexpected cost increments. I'm not going to raise that now, Councillor Turner has, but what I would urge, Councillor Fletcher and myself were present with Prime Minister John Key and Mayor of Auckland Len Brown in June 2016 when construction of the CRL began. So more than 7 years later, it's good to see you've actually completed the bulk of the work. What I'm concerned about is to hear, we'll leave the cost to one side, we'll be hearing more about that no doubt, but the delay, and I'm concerned to hear talk that completion of the CRL is one thing and its operation another thing completely different and quite a bit later. To me, that's nonsense. Unless the CRL is ready for operations, it ain't finished. It's finished when it's ready for operations. So I urge you, in terms of from now on in, to try and please expedite the completion and therefore the readiness of that facility for operations. It's going to be extremely important for Auckland, and your success will mean overdue focus and recognition of the CRL as the backbone of public transport in Auckland. You know, the project has gone on so long that the political class has gone off on a tangent looking at light rail here and this and that and the other thing. The CRL should be the backbone, and all other forms of public transport, mass and rapid transit should actually come off the CRL, extending it and so on. So thank you very much, but I make that request to please expedite completion. Thank you.
Okay,
yeah. Maybe I could just add, we've touched on this idea, this notion of one client, AT, Kiwi Rail and CRL. The purpose of that grouping is to deal with just that issue, to pull forward as much as we can into the practical completion and as short a period after practical completion that get to day one operations, get to day 90 operations, which is the customer experience bedded in. So what can we do collectively to deal with things like timetabling, to deal with things like ticketing systems, asset operational systems, security arrangements and stations, et cetera, to ensure that period in 2026 is as short as it can be, and that once the facility is open in the following 30, 60, 90 days, the customer experience is paramount and a very good one. And so it's that collective approach between ourselves, ATM, Kiwi Rail, that will get there. And it's for that reason that we're addressing it in that way.
Thanks and well done.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Hills. I don't think there's any comment, but other than to thank for a good presentation, and I think that flyovers or fly-through is going to meet with a good response from Aucklanders. Be pretty sure of that. So I'll just put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And I'll just, as Dave Gordon's coming up from Kiwi Rail, I'll just ask Barry to say something about some of the tours that are being arranged for councillors.
Thank you, Chair. Just say, as impressive as the fly-through is, to actually go through it's, I think, even more so. A number of councillors have been through the project. We have another date lined up for the 9th, and I think those invitations have all gone out, 9th of October. We're looking to those councillors who haven't gone through yet or aren't coming on the 9th. Councillors and members of the IMSB will receive an invitation. We're just organising a date for early December so that by the end of this year, all councillors will have had the opportunity to go through, and all members of IMSB will have had opportunity as well.
Right, thanks very much, Barry. So item number 11 is a Kiwi Rail update. So I'll welcome to the front Dave Gordon, General Manager, Asset Management and Investment, to give us the update. Welcome, Dave.
Sorry, my presentation isn't nearly as exciting as theirs, but so we'll just focus on a few points, because I think overall we've got a really good news story to tell this month. What I've put up there is what I said last time and where we're at now, and no change and improving is basically the story we have. We're on track for the Wairiki Park in Papakura to Pukekohe. Drury Central in Parata, getting closer. The Drury West Station, I'll cover that in the next slide, but we've had Ngakaroa, we've had some decisions from the court, which I'll talk about. The rail control centre's on target. The substation power supply, it's right on the edge of being on target. You could argue it's a couple of weeks late, but it doesn't do anything in terms of influencing City Rail Links commissioning. And we'll just talk a little bit more about the rail network rebuild. So overall, good progress since last time. So what's my challenges? Again, it's mainly a repeat of previous presentation. The fourth substation for Papakura to Pukekohe won't be online, but that has no impact at all on starting CRL. And that's been deliberately planned. It says if Henderson Station funded, it is now funded. That's what I said before, true implications. I had litigation on foot for Ngakaroa, Drury West, and we had a lot of work going on the bookings. If we look at ourselves today, P2P is the same. Henderson Station is funded. We've got a hard job to stay within our budget limit, but that's the brief and that's what we're going to do. Litigation was concluded, Ngakaroa. The judicial review brought by the developer was unsuccessful and the developer did not appeal that decision. So that's done. There are no outstanding appeals to the Environment Court. So we are seeking a ruling from the Environment Court that all consents are received as well. So we can get to the conclusion of that. And the rail network review rebuild funding was increased by $75 million. And that gives us now the opportunity. We can complete the inner ring, and we're on target to complete the section between Arahuhu and Britomart by the end of Christmas. So we'll open in 2024 through there, and we'll then push our way out to at least New Lynn, Mount Albert, but hopefully New Lynn, and certainly in the P2P section. So progress being made across all those things. So again, very satisfactory. We did a presentation on Tuesday to media between ourselves and Auckland Transport, just going one further step and outlining the vision for the Auckland network as we see it for consultation. The point being, there's nothing really different from what I've been saying now for the last year to this group as to what we're thinking about. We've got a strategic context for the network. We're looking at electrification running south to Tauranga. We also have the opportunity, which to me is the most exciting one of all for Auckland, is that we take a view that the North Island main trunk, which currently runs from Wellington to Britomart and sort of comes to a halt at those platforms, instead ends in Whangarei or Marsden Point, and we actually create in the inner circle of Auckland Isthmus potentially a passenger network with three ways around the centre. So you get the opportunity to run a much, much more intensive metro network. The 4 tracks heading to the south, that's been on the cards for some time, recommending doing the level crossing removal, closures, and certainly creating the south down to Avondale line. So basically nothing new to what we've been talking about for a while. It's just gradually getting more and more oxygen, and next month we're due to do a more detailed presentation to this committee on the building blocks of the plan. But to whet your appetite, all I can say is you've seen it all before. We've got 6 strands, and over a 30-year period we're talking a cost of around about $22 billion. So it's not funded, but that's to give a scale to any future decision maker. These are the type of investments we think need to be made in order for Auckland to have a robust rapid transit network around which it can build its other roading and things through there. 6 key elements. I'll focus on the big 3 because they are the ones that go out. I'll start in the bottom centre, which is segregating the rail modes as much as possible. I believe I've talked to this committee before how a mixed network, which is what we have at the moment with freight and passenger, is relatively inefficient, doesn't work that well for freight and doesn't work that well for metro. The more we are able to segregate to the south, which is driving the 4 tracks, and also sharing a new crosstown corridor, which is the south down Avondale, which gives up the opportunity for the entire inner isthmus to be passenger only. So you get the benefits through those 2. The level crossing removal is all about dealing with the fact that we have a mixed network that roads and people and cyclists actually conflict directly with the rail. There has to be a program of long-term removal. It's a big job, it's a major investment, but I think again this committee and statements I've heard suggest there's a long-term support for that. We've got to find the mechanism to do it, deliver it and fund it, but it is an essential building block of both the rapid transit and the road system. There's a bit more we need to do on signalling and power. We can squeeze more out of the existing network. If we change the signalling, we bring it up to one further level. We're doing the same investigation at Wellington at the moment. At the moment, you're signalled to what's called ETCS level 2, which provides an overlay. Sorry, ETCS level 1. If we can lift that to ETCS level 2, we can run the trains much closer together, which has obviously advantages that you can put more people through the same bit of track. And we have to upgrade the power system progressively, particularly if Kiwi Rail moves to having freight trains in Auckland being electrical, with running through the Bay of Plenty, then that will put a demand on the power system, which will require more substations. The other 3 is clearly you've got to do station upgrades. You'll need more fleet and stabling. That will come progressively, and change the access model, which I've talked about before in terms of how we maintain, and the work we're doing now to ensure that post-City Rail Link opening, our maintenance is considerably less disruptive than it is at the present moment. So as I said, we'll be doing a more detailed presentation on that next year. So what are the things that are challenging at the present moment? And again, it's the same stuff. We've got a view of what needs to be spent on the railway on an annual basis to get the level of service up. It's just a straight affordability challenge. The money, the investment, the ability for Auckland Transport to fund that, I think frankly isn't there, and that's not a criticism. It's just a fact that same thing faced in Wellington. The demands of the network are greater than the ability for local government to fund. And the model at the moment has local government funding that. So it's an intractable problem without a change to the model. And that's what we want to work with Auckland and Wellington and continue to do so to make that case to governments current and future. The second one is arising out of the rapid review into the failure of the EM80 car. The government's response had about 5 or 6 things that went to the failure of the measurement car, but the bulk of the response actually was focused, the report was focused around the first dot point, that you have an investment model that is not suited for its current purpose, and that's what needs to be addressed. And in fact, if you read the recommendations of that, a lot of them were around looking at the policy settings, looking at the funding, and endeavouring to bring a more rational approach to what's there. So, in conclusion, it's a very brief report because basically nothing new to say. I'm very satisfied with the progress being made across the network. I'm increasingly confident of readiness for City Rail Link, and really referring to the last slide that Sean and the Chair had up on screen, we are very committed to working as one client with City Rail Link Limited themselves, Auckland Transport and Auckland Council and anyone else. We know that the judgment on the rail projects are not going to be whether we delivered it absolutely on budget or not. The judgment is going to be 90 days after opening, are people finding they've got themselves an investment that makes the city a better place to live in. And that's really where the rubber hits the road, and we're committed to that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, thanks, Dave, and a nice conclusion there. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Dave, and I love the aspiration, and I support your view on the funding model. Just 3 quick questions for me. So in regard to the Pairata and Drury stations, has there been any change? I asked this last time, I'll keep asking. Any change to the specs, and in particular in terms of the number of day one park and ride?
No, there hasn't been at this stage. With having got agreement, well, having gone through the litigation on Ngakaroa, we now have a much greater certainty of what our cost structure is being at the moment. So we're sitting down and we're actually reviewing scope for each station with AT. Prior to that, I had a very large sum sitting, just called Ngakaroa, with a big question beside it. I can now allocate that and be a little bit more definitive on the numbers.
Cool, thanks. Any update, I suppose, on the upgrade Papakurita Otahu?
At the moment, that segment isn't funded. We put a bid up to Wakatahi. Well, actually, Auckland Transport put the bid up because we can't bid to Wakatahi for a sum of money. That was turned down, but Wakatahi, again, to their credit, made available all the headroom that they had available for that, which is the $75 million. That gets the inner thing. We are working with Auckland Transport to resubmit a bid for the missing elements.
Thanks. And just my last question in regards to the emerging plan, are you looking at, is there consideration, as they've done in Wellington with the Manawatu and Wairarapa, to the battery electric hybrids in terms, and whether would a hybrid like that open up Swanson to Helensville, etc., if we went down that track instead of electrification, and the same with Mission Bush? I see that out there in the future plans.
Absolutely. So we are part of the evaluation team with Greater Wellington. Our role is to help them get the train into the Wellington network. Our second role is to say, can we ensure that whatever train is purchased has the ability, instead of running on 1500 volt and battery, to run at a 25,000 volt and AC current and battery as well. So suitable for Hamilton, suitable for Helensville, Swanson, suitable basically anywhere that feeds into Auckland.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. My question is about Onehunga and the Avondale to Southdown to Avondale line. So is there any work happening to try and find alternates besides what's proposed with that line going through the Onehunga community?
We've looked in the past at could we run it up parallel to State Highway 20 and then sort of tunnel through at the base of Hillsborough, coming out some point west of Mount Roskill. It's challenging. We're looking at options to how much of it we can bury as opposed to run through the community through Onehunga. We can't tunnel it, but we could bury a reasonable chunk of it. To me, the story is this, though. If it was just a freight train line running through that area, I can see a significant thing of opposition because people, despite the fact it's been there for a long time, just won't want that. But that's not the vision we are. What are we trying to do? That's not the vision we're selling. The vision we're selling, which is the right one, is to say it's actually a passenger and freight line. So we're trying to create a third point of concentration through there. So there's not much point having a passenger line which doesn't go anywhere near the population. We know it's going to be a challenge. We know there's going to be opposition to it, and we've just got to work our way through it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Dalton?
Thank you. This will test my listening skills. The loop at Manukau, the solution, so people don't need to go back to Papatoetoe to go south. Is that, because this is a long-term plan, does that feature anywhere in the long-term planning?
No, it doesn't at the present moment. Our view is that the alternative, that would require the demolition and the removal of Ports of Auckland and the City Port, a CT area at Wiri. And in our view, in this plan, and others will have different ones, that stopping at Puanui and getting a train is no different from what you do in 101 urban metros around the world, that sometimes you just have to change trains. I think it would be a struggle to make a business case that turning out of Manukau to head south would be a major benefit, as opposed to using existing infrastructure and just getting off one train and on another.
Okay, thank you. Makes sense.
Councillor Darby?
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for this good update. Couple of areas. I took the Southern Line recently, and coming out of Britomart, and for probably my entire journey, I was just struck by the Technicolor blight of graffiti. It was just everywhere. It really stunned me. Even on your own rolling stock around Wiri, just absolutely smothered. What's the plan to address that? It just doesn't look good.
It looks terrible. No, it doesn't just look good. It looks terrible. What's the plan? Keep cleaning it. There's no. I've never seen that there is a permanent solution to that. I mean, I've heard anecdotally that there's a website that goes around that says when someone's cleaned up graffiti, there's actually a notification, WhatsApp or something that says, here's a clean surface for painting. To my way, an intractable urban problem. The more we can actually paint murals and stuff like that, obviously we've done it in the things, the more we can have public art, and that tends not to be vandalised. But I don't have a long-term plan or a long-term ability to deal with that graffiti problem. Our wagons were less than 2 days old when someone burrowed under the fence, did a reverse of escaping from a prisoner of war camp, and came in and graffitied them.
It's a big challenge. Look, we could have a bigger conversation about that, I guess. But the other one is just, this is a lot about the network today. What's the condition of the rolling stock? You know, the carriages that take containers and the numbers and all of that. As we grow the network and improve the network, and as the Mayor has outlined, you know, attracting more freight from road to rail, we need the rolling stock. Can you give us a bit of an update as to what the condition and the numbers of the rolling stock are outside locomotives? You know?
Okay, well, in terms of the wagons are actually in pretty good shape. We have replaced now 1,700 of them, and the worst of them have gone. We've got another 1,400 to do, which we'll be doing over a period of 4 years. So they will be relatively new, new by the context of New Zealand history wagons, in good condition. We've got a very good basic product now. So I don't see, if there's the demand, we can afford to buy more wagons. I guess I'll put it there. And the rolling and the quality itself will be much better than it's been there in the past. In terms of locos, we've got the order with Spain for the Stadler DL's locomotives, and we're closing in on an order with a couple of suppliers for the new shunts. And also, so councillors are aware, we have entered into contract and we have the first designs coming out for putting ETCS on the freight and other trains to avoid the safety issues.
Councillor Lee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gordon. Can I just ask you about the RNR, the formation rebuild we've discussed in the past? How's that going? There are rumours around the marketplace that there's been a cost blowout and that the ground situation is more complicated than originally planned. Can you give us some assurance about that program, please?
Well, I can certainly confirm that the ground conditions are worse than what our geotech board suggested. weaker and the summary total is weaker and more widespread. We remain on track to complete the full scope of works on the Eastern Line, and we remain on track to open that for after Christmas, after this coming Christmas. We are funded sufficiently to continue works out as far as Mount Albert, and I would hope that actually ends up being to New Lynn, and we have sufficient funding to do in the Papakura to Pukekohe section. Where we're applying for additional funding is for the section from Orohuhu to Papakura, although there's not a lot of dig out to be done there. We've done most of that before, and in the section wherever we end, whether it be Mount Albert or New Lynn through to Swanson.
Okay. That would be essential if you're going to create a new NIMT. I take it getting that job done. Can I ask you, you've heard the presentation from CRL Limited and the complexities of operations and high-tech tunnel and so on. Would Kiwi Rail be in a position to resume the passenger operations contract that was taken off it in 2004 in order to reduce too many cooks, if you like, and to simplify the efficiency of the operation?
Okay, challenging question because our board hasn't turned its mind to that, but I'll use the correct language. It wasn't taken off us. We were in a competitive tender and a party did a better bid, so it was, you know, the better team won. We have in the past expressed the desire to get back into the passenger world. We've certainly expressed desires under previous AT organisations to work much more as an integrated above and below railway. We actually approached officials at the time and were told that the competitive tender model is the model that stays. I honestly can't give you a statement to say if would Kiwi Rail be up for being involved in passenger in Auckland again. I can't give that, Councillor, because I just don't have the decision from the Mayor, from the Chair.
Just to put you straight on the history, the Kiwi Rail or its predecessor Transrail did not compete for the contract with Connex, which became Veolia, which became Transdev. Your predecessor company was paid out a lot of money, and if it was to bid for the contract it was paid to get out of, it would have been high fast. But it's quite a tragedy for Auckland in terms of vertical integration and efficiency of the network, in my view. So I hope Kiwi Rail can resume that operation in the future.
Thanks, Councillor. I wasn't aware of the history.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Very quick one. Congratulations on the Henderson Station funding. That's fantastic news. It's really wonderful. It does say here works needed to stay within the budget level. I was wondering if I could ask you a bit more about that, to expand upon that. Thank you.
At the moment, the cost estimate is greater than what we're funded, is the headline. We have to make a call between ourselves and AT of how much work we do rail side and how much work we do in the station. And one of those is going to suffer more than the other to stay within.
That's cool. That's fine, thank you. And what I suggest is, if or when you're briefing the local board, just have me along and I'll come and say good day as well. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sure.
A final question, Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gordon. I just want to go back to what Councillor Darby was asking about. Currently, Kiwi Rail, I think, indicates that it doesn't have the funding with respect to graffiti removal. At the present, it's the owner's responsibility to tackle graffiti on their property boundary, but if they want to enter the rail corridor, they risk a $10,000 fine. If a member of the public wishes to clean graffiti from within the corridor, they must apply to you, Kiwi Rail, for a permit, whereby Kiwi Rail will assess the request and coordinate the permit. There's no guarantee in relation to any attempt to remove graffiti, noxious weeds inside the rail corridor, nothing like that. I mean, you're coming today and I don't think you've got a solution to that, but do you have any sort of work stream within KiwiRail to actually think about how one could actually facilitate our contractors and adjacent property owners from being able to get into the corridor to clean out some of this mess, because it is just endemic, as Councillor Darby said, but you don't have a solution.
Yeah, well, definitely I don't have a solution. We have in the past, particularly in Wellington, we've had closures where we've had community things in there and clean up. But the problem, as I see it, is this. Most of the corridor is quite narrow, so if you're working in there, you're close to trains, and you're working close to 25,000 volts, and graffiti's up high, involves things like ladders and all the rest of that. The balance we have to strike, and I know it is a challenging one, is do we let people, we can't just let people on, they have to be protected from that. I would like to see it easier to clean up. I'd like to see more community action to do that. And I certainly agree with you. I'd like to see a lot more of the actual corridor just looking in a tidier position. But regrettably, I've got a certain amount of money to spend on the Auckland network. I spend some of it on graffiti removal. I could probably spend 5 times what I got on graffiti removal. I'm just not confident I'm going to get something that endures for any length of time. It's a defeatist attitude, I know, but it's very challenging when you've got an adjacent building that's been graffitied and it's right on the corridor. No one sees it because most of the buildings face the street, and we're facing the back of these things. So, sorry, it's a bit of a dumb answer, but there's.
Yes,
I'm not saying a lot.
I mean, look, I don't think anybody's asking you to spend your entire budget on the graffiti removal. What I'd like you to do is to enable people to get in there to remove the graffiti. And I'd like you to provide advice on that. If you can't today, then if you could explain why in slower time, because there is the means to be able to do this. But currently, we're facing a bit of a defeatist approach, and I'd like to try and address that. So I'll write to you about that, and I'll write to the shareholder minister, but I'll be very grateful if you could turn your mind to that, because as Councillor Darby has said, this corridor is atrocious at the present, and you don't have a solution in place, but I think one needs to be developed. Thank you.
Okay, look, and I'll take the criticism as being a fair one, and I will do what I can to respond to your question.
Okay, thanks, Dave. We appreciate that. Okay, this item's been moved by Councillor Baker. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dalton. Don't think there's any need to discuss anything. Thanks for the update, Dave, and it's good to get this continuity going too in terms of responses. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thanks. So the folks, to try and get these last 2 items in before lunch, and that is we've had the transport related presentations. We have now got just the 2 to go, one from Watercare on their capital program, and then one from our own Healthy Waters team. Craig McElroy will be talking on its capital program. So we'll welcome Steve Webster, Chief Infrastructure Officer at Watercare, to lead off on the presentation.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present to the committee today. What I would like to do is just, in 3 parts really, with quick talk about our flood response, have a conversation about our capital program in total, and then just touch on some projects. And they are only some of our projects. As you've just seen from a number of presentations, there's a lot of infrastructure being delivered in Auckland, and it is quite difficult to talk about every component of what we're all doing. So really, we're just taking a snapshot of some of the things that we are up to as an organisation. I'll talk about a flood recovery first. I'll just go straight to this slide. I'm assuming my assumption is the slides have been looked at from everyone, but this is the summary. Since the last presentation we gave here, we've found more jobs, more issues with the flood response, and they are continuing to surface. Excuse the pun. up as we find more issues associated with weather, and as we get rain, we have more issues arrive as well because of the saturation of the soils in Auckland and the impact on our assets. So we've had about 22 new issues identified since we presented last at this committee. In place, we've got 13 million of business cases, as you can see, number of business cases in place, but importantly, 51 projects have been resolved and issues have been resolved. So they now have been completed, fixed, and the system is continuing to operate. Areas we've got some major or significant issues. Muriwai, I think we're all aware of. We're still tankering into Muriwai. We're tankering into the network so people can operate and utilise their water and waste, or their water, sorry, from the system, from the network system. We are now looking at what we're going to do with a replacement water treatment plant in Muriwai. We will be replacing the water treatment plant. It's highly unlikely that we'll replace it in the same place it is today. It's in a vulnerable position, and we're not prepared to spend money or put an asset in a position that's vulnerable. So we need to find another place for that asset. It's a small treatment plant. It really shouldn't take too long to get in place, but the biggest issue we will have is around property. Finding a location and then consenting and getting that moving, and to enable that treatment plant to be built. That picture up there is what's called Quinn's Bridge up in the Waitakarees. You can see the extent of some of the work we're needing to do, large landslips. This raw water pipe leading to the Huia water treatment plant was at risk. Significant slips in this area, extremely saturated soils. So we're doing a pretty major repair on that. So some of our repairs are significant repairs like this, building new treatment plant, down to just repairing some pipes. So the number of those projects have multiple types of projects and sizes of projects associated with them. In all, it's going well. Probably our biggest challenge is insurance. Getting the insurance across the line and getting insurance payments, but that's the same as any emergency or any disaster like this. Insurance is always an issue. A capital program itself, you're aware of the size of it. You've just heard a number of large capital programs that are happening in Auckland. I wanted to give an indication of the sequencing of our projects or our program. We have $3.7 billion worth of work and feasibility, so working through to approval at the moment. So that's work we're doing at the moment to enable us to deliver that capital program. 1.1 billion of work and contracted work and design, and another 1.3 billion of contracted work to be completed in construction. So that's not the whole construction. That's what's from today's date what we're contracted to deliver. So for Central Intercept, for instance, that project is about that size, but a lot of the money has already been spent. We have a portion yet to be spent, and that's what that number is. So the program is a significant program, and we manage it as you would expect by phase, and we understand each phase and what we're doing in each step of that infrastructure program. There's about 170 projects in that program. That excludes the flood program. So there's a significant number of projects underway today. So 170 projects underway today. What's our delivery track record like? Pretty good. We deliver 103% of our AMP on average across those years. We had a spike during the drought. We had some dollars that weren't in our AMP that we needed to deliver to provide resilience for Auckland. But from an organisation, and we're really proud of how we deliver our infrastructure. And I'll be really blunt. This 103% is a pretty outstanding compared to what we see in other parts of the country when it comes to infrastructure spend. Now, this is a market engagement we currently have in place. We have two kind of components of our infrastructure program. We have our large projects, which we call over 15 million, and they go up to 1.3 billion. And then we have a significant number of projects that are under that $15 million. And we call it asset upgrades and renewals. So asset upgrades and renewals are small projects, such as small treatment plants or small upgrades on treatment plants. the renewals of our systems and our network, so renewals on treatment plants and also renewals of pipelines. So that's large pipes to small pipes, the pipes in your street that go into your house. So this asset upgrades and renewals encompasses all of that. We're in the market at the moment for about $2.1 billion worth of work, and we've received bids for that, and they arrived a week ago, and we're in the middle of evaluating those now, and we're looking to go live on those contracts in December of this year. So this is the next step in water care, delivering or locking in the delivery of our infrastructure program. It doesn't mean we haven't been delivering this work. What we're doing is we've got a new mechanism in place which will enable us to deliver it better, faster and cheaper. And that's fundamentally what our job is. So that's the profile, the spend profile. It's once again, it's a reasonable value of work over a long period of time. And as you see, we have renewals and upgrades that continue fundamentally forever. And with a large, asset base like we have, we need to continue to renew our assets and upgrade our assets. Those are the program delivery groups that we've gone to the market for. Not going to go into detail. There's 6 program delivery groups, and so there'll be a number of contracts associated with this $2.1 billion worth of work, and we're set up to deliver that as of January, February of next year, once we've contracted in December of this year. One of the important things of this is what's at the bottom there, the Māori Supply Network. We made a decision at this time to put in place a Māori Supply Network that can supply some services across our whole infrastructure program. And we've been astounded at how successful this looks as it will be. We put out a market sounding. We had a lot of response to it. The network started to self-organise, which we're really, really comfortable with. We wish other people would do that as well. And we have formal responses from Māori, the network suppliers for us in the marketplace that we will lock in, and they will be available to all our contractors and to Watercare to deliver services for us. The services are initially traffic management, landscaping, electrical, plant and labour hire, scaffolding and civils. We plan to expand that, but we needed to start somewhere. So we just set that into the marketplace. I'm really proud of the fact that we've done this. It's part of our target of 5% of our spend through Māori-owned businesses, and this will make give us a massive edge on delivering that KPI for our organisation. So let's just go through a few project updates. Some of these are updates that you saw last time. Obviously, we can't have an update without the central interceptor. We're halfway through the tunnel, huge achievement. We've landed at May Road, which is 50% of the main tunnel. The Southern Link sewers, you can see up to PS25 there, is now complete. A number of the other works associated with that are well advanced as well. And work is progressing on every site on the central interceptor site. So project is running to plan, and it's moving it like we want it to, and we will be finishing up in Grey Lynn when will we be finishing Grey Lynn? Early 2027 or 2027. Yeah, the project will finish in 2027. The Northwest scheme, so this is the scheme up in Warkworth. We talked last time, we're investing about $350 million, so this has progressed significantly since the last presentation. And just got some photos here of where we're up to. Last presentation, you really would have seen bare boxes, concrete boxes. We're now filling those boxes up with plant and equipment, and we'll be commissioning that plant and equipment over the next year or so. And so once again, we're on track to meet the consent for that whole Warkworth area, and that will support cleaning up the Maharangi River, that harbour area, enable the growth in the area as well, and replace the current wastewater treatment plant at Snells, which fundamentally requires replacement, and therefore we're building a new wastewater treatment plant at Snells. Bit of an issue with the order of these slides, so I'll just go to this one. This is next in the order. Readout Road Reservoir. Didn't talk about this last time. This is a reservoir we're building in Redoubt Road. It draws water, or water is sourced from the Waikato River and the Ardmore treatment plant. This improves the resilience for Auckland. So this is a 45 million litre reservoir that's being built there, and the whole intent of that project is to improve the resilience of our water supply for Auckland. So if we have an issue downstream or upstream from the reservoir, we have more time of storage in our system to supply water to the city. The first two reservoirs, the first reservoir is the reservoir, and the design of the second reservoir is a project worth about 85 million. It'll be finished in June of next year. Back to Southwest, this is worth just touching on. There's a transfer pipeline going from Warkworth through to Snells. This is our third tunnel in a row of this technology, and this is how we are treating our infrastructure program. We're driving the program as a rolling 10-year program. We're optimising that program so that we can do things like this. We can bring new technology into New Zealand. We can then run that technology, invest in it, and then run project after project after project, as opposed to what we often do in New Zealand is we don't do that at all. We run a project and then we stop, and then we bring some people back years later, and then we start another project. We just have to get better at this. This particular technique has won a world record, won a world tunnelling prize. It was one of our people went to Milan to receive. It's a stunning piece of technology, and it's working very, very well for us. Right now, that is actually delivering that tunnel at twice our budgeted speed. So we've got to a point where we've got a crew and equipment that is operating very, very efficiently. That's how we should be managing infrastructure. The Snells wastewater treatment plant has progressed well since you saw it last, and we're on target to finish that within the consent timeframe. This, I'm sure, is of interest. Queen Street. We've got a wastewater diversion project. We're working very closely with the Midtown group, with the council group, to ensure that we minimise the disruption on Queen Street. As already been mentioned, there's been a lot of disruption in the centre city, in the Midtown for a number of years. We are working very, very closely with Auckland Council to ensure that we minimise the disruption, but it is an asset that needs to be replaced, needs to be put in place. It's a tunnel. It's probably one of our more complex tunnels that we'll be building, even though we have a large tunnel in the Central Interceptor. This is in an area of the city that is, pretty unique, hard to manage, as the other projects understand. So we've got a lot of horsepower associated with the project to make sure that we deliver it on time and minimise the disruption. Papakura Water Treatment Plant opened on the 31st of August this year. That was delivered in two phases. There was a temporary plant as a drought response, and then a permanent plant was what we call stage 2. Was just completed and just opened, and is now providing quality drinking water to Auckland, and provides resilience for the Auckland water supply. And this is the Helensville Wastewater Treatment Plant is a treatment plant we've recently upgraded. Worth talking about because of the technology that's been put in place here. This is on the back of an innovation centre we have in Watercare. The person on the right-hand side there, Kevin, runs that innovation centre. We have a trial thermal hydrolysis plant at that innovation centre. We're doing some work on how we can run our digesters more efficiently and get more volume through them. But one of the other things that we have done and completed is what's called an MABR, which is a membrane aerated biofilm reactor. All right, there are very few of these in the world. We've been trialling this technology for a while. We've put it into Helensville, and we did it because of fundamentally the benefits we get from this technology. We use 50 to 80% less energy, so a significant reduction in energy use for treating wastewater. You can see 50% less CO2 equivalent emissions. I mean, that's a dramatic reduction in CO2 emissions. The majority of our operating emissions come from our wastewater treatment plants. So this technology helps to reduce those emissions. And importantly, the nutrient discharge, we have a design level of 10 megagrams. This is nutrient reduction or nitrate, ammonia nitrate. We had a target and a consent for 10. We're currently delivering 2. So a massive improvement in the quality of treated effluent that's going into our waterways. I'm very proud of this project. It's a technology that we did think whether we should patent this, but made a decision that that's not Watercare's role. And so we're effectively releasing this into the wild. So anyone in the world can use this technology. And well, could be very good for Whangapara. Yes. So something that we have worked on, our innovation centre, and this technology is now, we've proven it to be successful and is in place. Another good thing, not that it's a large treatment plant in our scale of treatment plants, but on time, or under time and under budget. So, great outcome for quality and for the environment and for our budgets and our timeframes. So thank you.
Right, thanks, Steve. A lot happening around the Auckland region in the world of water care. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Look, great to see the progress at Redoubt Road. I think the huge capacity there and the scale is quite something when you see it from nearby Redoubt and in the gardens. It's looking fantastic what you're delivering there. And also too, thanks for the water care treatment plant, getting that online. Good to get the Hayes Creek Dam water back into the network. When do you anticipate that water care is going to write to us with the scale of the price increase that Margaret's going to be foreshadowing? Because I think you're going to be forecasting significantly higher price increases, probably beyond which has been previously forecast. So what's the timing for getting that information?
We're working currently on a request from the council. I can't answer you what the time frame is. We've just had that request, so we're working on that now. So we can come back to you on that, Daniel.
Can you give me some sense as to the scale of movement in the asset renewal space in terms of how that's affecting your overall price path?
No, I can't.
Okay, all right. I'll touch base with Margaret, but it will be important because this asset program is very, very important. I totally support you, but it will have a material impact on your pricing tariffs. But thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Quick bouquet to the team doing the Central Interceptor work generally, but also specifically the open days. They've been holding them at a number of sites in my ward and doing a great job of telling the story. What I wanted to ask about was you said before there, Grey Lynn portion will be finished 2027, that's the last bit. Is any of the rest of it able to come online before, noting that was added in later, that extension?
Yes, yes it can. So the project's sort of broken into two halves. So the May Road, we've just had the breakthrough. That was, you would have seen the media of that. That's first half of the Central Interceptor will come online before the total project is online. So that will absolutely, and that enables us to access some of our other assets that currently we can't access and maintain or even inspect.
And so what's the timeframe looking like for that first half?
That's the end of 2024, early 2025.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Ferry, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. And first of all, just congrats to the team. It just shows the level of investment that we've all been working on and your teams have been working on. To see that line go up is phenomenal, and also bouquets to the teams working on throughout the storms and since then the floods. I could not believe the teams that were out at all hours addressing massive damage. So thank you for that. Few questions, just on the and I know it's sensitive, but the Huia water treatment plant, obviously that has the ability to add 20 or 30 million litres a day more if we have a new plant, when there's water in the dams. But so I'm just still a bit confused about what the future is, or is it too hard to say?
Well, we are currently planning to replace the Huia water treatment plant. We're in the middle of a consenting process. That has been really difficult,
okay.
and drawn out. Until that consenting process is finished, that is the kick-off of us designing and then constructing the treatment plant. So it is difficult for us to give you if you're looking for a time.
Yeah.
It really is a function of when we can get through the consenting.
The pump stations, I know there's a lot of work going on the damaged pump stations on the shore, but also bringing forward potentially some of that. Do you have any details on the Waido and I know the Alma one's kicking up again, but the Waido one, is there any new updates on?
Well, they're up and running. We are now...
the replacement of the Waido one. I know you've done some...
I'd have to come back. That's a bit of detail that I don't have.
And just the level of detail that's smaller than the large ones. Councillor Dalton and I have been discussing the impending potential for drought with Amanda, but is there a increased planning budget around the leaks and potential leaks that will come with the dry land? I know we got on top of it really well a couple of years ago, but is that sitting underneath in the renewals or the AMP that you're going to have to start once this wetland starts drying up? You're going to have a heap of broken pipes and then likely a drought?
So the answer to that is yes. So is there increased budget? No, but the AMP allows for us to start replacing a number of those water pipelines, and what that will do ultimately is reduce the number of leaks and reduce the value of maintenance that's required on those assets. So yes, there is budget for improving and reducing for replacing assets. Therefore, we will reduce leaks. We also have operational budget for leak reduction as well. That is locked into our budgets as well. And we have a team that focuses on leaks.
Cool. No, I know that work's going on, but I'm glad to hear that will ramp up when it needs to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hills. We have got one item to get before lunch, so if we could just wrap it up here, Councillor Turner and Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say congratulations to Watercare. Thank you for your hard work. It's great to have a good story, good effort, and I know the challenges that the water sector is facing at the moment. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had put in the sidebar that I wanted to move this or second it if I could. Thank you.
All right, we'll get you to move that, Councillor Turner. Finally, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, I want to add my congratulations as well. Well done. Look, I'm just interested in the Muriwai situation. Obviously, it's not ideal. You haven't got a site. How are the water tankers going? Is it going to be fine? The people coping with, using the water from the tankers, and how long is all this going to take?
So the first answer to the first question, the tankers are going fine. The water's flowing, which is what we're here to do. The quality of water that's going into that system is the same quality that everyone else gets in Auckland. So that, we will not compromise on that at all. We cannot answer the question about when we will have the new treatment plant in place. That really is a function of, finding a location, getting that consented, finding a location, getting that consented, and then putting the treatment plant in place. What we will do is we will design the treatment plant prior to, in parallel with that, which is always a risk, but it's a small treatment plant, so we think that risk is very low.
You're confident what we've got operating with the tankers is doing its job?
Yes.
Thank you, Steve, for that excellent presentation. It's been moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Okay, against? Carried. Thanks very much. Okay, final presentation. Unlucky 13 for you, Craig, coming up here. So the presentation has been provided, and Craig will run through it, and then we'll have a break. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just trying to look for the clicker. Here. Did you take the clicker?
It's sabotage. Must be some interdepartmental rivalry.
Just going to whiz through our budget for this year, talk a little bit about storm recovery and just focus on a few highlights. So that's just a high-level summary of our CapEx, 137 mil. Look, I won't go into each of the activities, you can read it for yourself. But what I will say is most of our projects actually deliver multiple outcomes. So they're the primary drivers, but typical projects will not only look to renew assets, we look at flood mitigation, growth, and water quality outcomes as part of the same project. So we pay equal attention to all of those key areas which drive our investment. And the other thing you'll note up there, of course, is that the huge amount of money that we spend in catchment and asset planning. That, to be honest, is the engine room of healthy waters. If we don't get our planning right, we haven't got a strong foundation on which to base all our projects on. And we do capitalise all of our catchment and asset planning because we regard our asset management plan and our catchment management plans as key bits of IP that drive our business. Just a couple of recovery works that we've got underway at the moment. The College Hill renewal, 100-year pipe failed, had quite a lot of publicity, actually created quite a lot of international media attention. Tomo's a big topic at the moment. We're a little bit unlucky. We awarded the contract for renewal on the 17th of July and the pipe collapsed on the 24th of July. So that's probably the ultimate in just-in-time management, but we just didn't get it quite right because ideally we would have got there 6 months in advance so the pipe didn't fail at all. But this was a risk we knew about. We'd planned for it and unfortunately nature got to us first. The other big project we've got underway at the moment in terms of our storm recovery work is work that we're doing in Greville Road. So we've had an Armco culvert fail adjacent to the road, but the bit under the road is okay at the moment. So we're looking at a tunnel solution. We're going to need to put in a new tunnel. The tunnel will have to be rerouted away from the landfill. It's about 15 metres deep, so quite a challenging job. We haven't finished the route assessment yet, which is why we've got quite a lot of variability on the indicative cost between 9 and 15 mil on this particular job.
How big's the pipe?
The pipe's 2100 diameter. So we've got a number of separation projects underway at the moment. In Point Chev, we're forecasting to spend 9 million this year, but to put it into some context, it's actually a 78 million job in total, spread into 4 phases. And in Waterview, we're kicking off Waterview this year as well, only a small investment, this year 2 mil, but in total about $80 million. But what that highlights to me is that when we do separation works, they're incredibly expensive. So that's a nice segue really to the central interceptor extension from Greyland to Point Erin. So we've been working with Watercare now for the last 2 or 3 years, looking at the options we've got to provide good water quality outcomes around Herne Bay and St Mary's Bay, and the fact that the separation in those areas was going to be so expensive because of the topography and also massively disruptive to those local communities. So we've come up with a solution now where by extending the CI tunnel from Greyland to Point Erin, that will provide for a far better outcome. It means that the separation work going future can be staged in relation to growth as it occurs. And the separation work that will be done by Healthy Waters will be around separating the road network out of the combined network, and then it'll be up to the private developers to connect their individual developments into the pipes. And we're doing that as a cost sharing with Watercare, and so that'll be $17 million this year, and that gets us, I think, substantially through the design process, and then obviously the contract award itself has been managed by Watercare. And the other project that we're kicking off is our Lower Khyber Pass Road, which is linked to the need to do separation adjacent to the University of Auckland site in Khyber Pass Road. And we're beginning that construction-wise in February next year, and that will be in total $11 million spread over this year and next year. Just briefly touching on making space for water, we're looking to spend about $6 million this year, and that's predominantly in two areas. We're doing feasibility studies and model upgrades on the 12 identified potential blue-green network areas, and we'd like to get those through to business case stage as quickly as we can, because that will help facilitate property acquisition as it relates to the Crown agreement by having business cases that are approved. Also, we're looking at focusing very quickly on storm intelligence or flood intelligence. I think it is imperative that we have a better warning system for the community, because we know that what we experienced in January this year unfortunately is going to happen again at some stage. And in an ideal world, we would have an alerting system to let the community know in advance exactly what was going on. Also looking at our ability with our work we've been doing in Rain Radar, not only to tell them what's going on now, to tell them what we think is going to happen in the next 6 hours. Now, if we can get this off the ground, this will be leading global work, and it's something that the team is extremely passionate about, and I think it's an incredibly important element of our overall program. So that's why we're making it a priority this year to get that business case worked through and really kick into that program of work. It's really what we call the flood equivalent of Safe Swim. Just haven't come up with a good name for it yet. So a couple of significant projects we've got starting this year. We have a big culvert upgrade in Pairata Road, and that's as you see, $18 million spread over 2 financial years. And the other thing we're doing is a biological offset project in Blackgate Reserve, where we're pulling out that horrible concrete drain and replacing it with a natural stream environment with the appropriate planting and public access, etc. So the interesting thing about this project, of course, is that it's been funded by half of it's been funded by the private sector, because private sector needs environmental offsets in order to get their resource consents, but the other half is Healthy Waters, because we also have to get offsets for our projects, so we're not treated any differently to any other developer when it comes to our own projects. And the last thing, just highlighting, there's 5 big things that we've pretty much delivered last year, and they've just been finished off this year. So in Corbin Reserve, we have just got some tidying up to do now with the in Murillo Reserve, and we're looking to have work substantially completed this year, total cost of $39 million. And the other good news about the Corbin Reserve project is we were able to facilitate work on the North Harbour number 2 water main in advance through this part of the site for water care, so that we didn't come in and cause a whole lot of disruption later on. So that was a really positive outcome we were able to deliver around that particular aspect. Ports of Auckland. This project's been a long time in the gestation and planning period, but I'm delighted to report in that we've pretty much substantially complete now with the work for Ports of Auckland. It's been a very significant piece of work, and we've got about $7 million worth of capital investment this year, which will take us through to conclusion. We effectively put a new tunnel through from the other side of the railway line all the way through to the harbour, and it was a massive risk that was sitting under port land with the condition of the existing pipe and threat of partial collapse with impeding the crane operation in the ports area. So very significant project, and it's gone extremely well. Our clinker paste project is also due for completion in early September. So planting is ongoing at the moment, and that's a project that provides a new tunnel, and that tunnel is the I think that's the tunnel that's known as Prince's Twilight Superworm, which was named by the kids from the school. So created, and those are all the kids' handprints on the side of the tunnel. So hopefully we've got several budding engineers who will be keen to join Healthy Waters as an outcome of this, because we do believe in getting them young. I think it's really, really important. Our Kitchener Road box culvert project is also due for completion this year, and it's a total cost of 8.3, just a little bit to finish this year. And so that's another project. And also Picton separation stages 1 and 2 also been completed this year, and that's going to reduce overflows to Wynyard Quarter and also significantly resolve flooding issues on Anglesea, Picton and Pratt Streets. So that's another good news story. And with that, I'm delighted to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Right. Thanks very much, Craig. A bit going on there as well. Questions? We've got Councillor Walker, and she'll just back to
Yeah, so a few really quick questions, Craig. As much and all as you've got all the blue-green stuff and what you had up on the earlier slide, in the Albany ward, there are a number of catchments, low-lying areas, Browns Bay, Long Bay, Marangi Bay, where you've got significant businesses, residents being affected by flooding. I've met with the people in Healthy Waters. Essentially, they're not doing anything because they say, well, a big flood event, the stuff that you're suggesting isn't going to make enough of a difference. But in between the massive flood event and lower level events, there are a number of things that could happen that could make a huge difference. So I'd really like to get some exploration around that circumstance in between and get back to some of these communities, because, you know.
Look, what I can say is that we are absolutely committed to working with communities. One of our major program items is what we've labelled as community resilience, and that's about us working with the communities around what we can do to improve the situation going forward. So we're absolutely, totally committed to working with communities.
Okay.
There's no one that phones us that should be turned away. We really want to work with communities.
Just a supplementary question to that. Given that some of this work is going to involve flood intelligence, much of it will be around catchment management. You mentioned you can capitalise that. Does that make the funding circumstance easier than if it's coming out of OPEX?
Well, it means that we can do the amount of planning that needs to be done to deliver the outcome. Okay. So, and by the way, that has fully been validated through the audit process as being fit.
I don't have an issue with it. So. And my last question just goes to separation. And I understand what you're doing around the interceptors. But given that separation is highly desirable, we talk about sewage out of the stormwater, can you get a recovery on that through development contributions through the consenting process as the intensification comes on? Is that the plan?
So obviously the growth areas that are developed do attract development contributions, which then helps fund the stormwater renewals that will be required to facilitate the separation. I think the big difference with a growth-related approach is that it means that the developer then is responsible for hooking up to the stormwater system in the road, as opposed to all of that being paid for by council, which has happened in historic separation projects where we pay for
so just quickly, is the separation costed into the DCs?
all of the DC calculations take into account the relative investments in each of the areas. So that's why, that's how it's designed to work. You know?
All right, about 5 minutes to go, and we've got 3 questions. Simpson, Newman, and Councillor Filipaina.
Thanks, Chair. Craig, well done. Can I ask you, please, how much impact have the storm events had on your work program that you originally planned? In other words, you know, and emergency works, for example, College Road is emergency work, but some of the other emergency works as a result of the flooding, how much has that affected on your original planned work program for the year?
It's had some influence on our program, but I think overall we've still, because we're at a very interesting stage of our life cycle, you'll notice that we had a number of big capital projects that we're finishing this year anyway. So the real focus on this year was always going to be on planning for the future, getting all of our business cases prepared. Because if you go back a year or two when water reform was first mooted, there was talk of massive increases in capital delivery programs from day one for the new water entities, and talk of the Healthy Waters budget doubling or tripling or whatever. So we obviously needed to be prepared for that scenario if it came to bear. And so we've put a huge amount of focus into building up our back block of approved business cases, getting on with design work. So for whatever future we were aiming for, we'd be prepared. And then what's come in the middle of all of this is the flooding, of course. And so, but it really hasn't changed the approach that we always wanted to do anyway, which is to get ahead of the game when it comes to business cases and design work.
Thanks. And just a supplementary, on the water quality targeted rate work program, have the floods affected any delivery on that work?
No, they haven't.
Councillor Newman?
Yeah, Craig, a quick one. Thank you very much for the good work that is progressing with respect to Blackgate. I'm just curious, and if it's been referred to me before, I apologise, but there's a lot of concrete in that drain which is being replaced. What do you do with the waste?
I'd have to
the concrete
look.
Itself.
I'd have to defer to the team for the detail, Daniel. I'm just not familiar with what's specifically happening, but I'm sure it'll be treated as a valuable resource and not treated as waste material, because a lot can be done with concrete now, as you know, with using it for all sorts of things by grinding it up, and particularly because there won't be any significant reinforcing in that concrete at all. So it'd be ideal for breaking up and using as road aggregate or something. It's definitely got a value associated with it.
There are companies all over Auckland doing that.
Can you come back to me via email and just let me know what the plan is for that that material, because I think you're right, and there's more use for it.
Yeah. All right, we got that.
Thank
okay. Final question, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, Craig, thank you so much for all the work and even the continued work around Māngere with the block stormwaters for some of the development. So thank you for that. Craig, my pātai is looking at your work program moving forward. Are there any capital works for within Māngere or the Manukau ward?
Yeah, so we're looking at a major initiative around Māngere, with working in conjunction with Kaingora around the blue-green opportunity around Tiaranga, which is one of the, as you know, the most severely impacted areas in the storm event. So yeah, so a lot of work will be happening in that area. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. If nobody's moving or seconded, I'll be on the list for those. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. So moved by Councillor Filipaina, seconded by Councillor Simpson. A quick comment, Councillor Baker?
Yeah, so just a quick comment from me, and I'd just just want to acknowledge and name publicly a couple of your staff who have been absolutely outstanding in terms, and so Doug Pirini, who not only an outstanding decathlete years ago, but is an outstanding member of staff, and what he's been doing in the community down south, and Kingy, I think his last name's Hui, but Kingy and what they're doing, they've sorted out a couple of issues that have been years and years and years in the making, and some great leadership, and I guess just to you and your leadership team, they're enabled and empowered to work in that way because of the leadership that comes down, mate. So I just want to acknowledge it publicly because I think it's been really good and really, really well appreciated in some of the communities out south. So thanks.
Right, a nice way to finish off with acknowledgement. So it's been moved, it's seconded. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thanks very much, Craig, for your presentation. And we'll break for lunch now, folks, and have half an hour, so I'll be back about 1:25. Thank you. Everyone, will resume the meeting. If you could make your way to your seats, councillors, please. Welcome back, members of the committee who are online. We're up to item 14, which is the Auckland Transport's Quarter 4 Performance Report. With this report, we usually get a brief introduction from Claire, then pass to Dean, and in this case today Stacey, to run through their report back, and then we pick up questions thereafter. Welcome, Claire.
Kia ora. So as noted, this report sets out Auckland Transport's performance for the final quarter of the year through to June 2023. AT's performance reflects what has been a challenging year for them. In 2023, they've met 13 of the Statement of Target measures. 16 were not met, one was not surveyed, and one was a new measure that did not have a target. Those measures not met included the deaths, safety and injury measure, rail patronage, cycling measures, and the percentage of sealed roads which were resurfaced. Despite this, AT's financial performance was positive given the circumstances, and their operating result was 1.1 million favourable to budget. They also invested 99% of their capital budget, which was, and there was increased investment in asset management, but lower investments in new projects, corridor improvements, and active mode projects. All three public transport modes, bus, ferry, rail, were significantly disrupted during the year due to a shortage of bus drivers, ferry crews, and Kiwi Rail's rail network rebuild program. And while the bus driver shortage has now largely been addressed, the ferry and rail issues will take longer to resolve. But despite this, it is encouraging to see that passenger transport is continuing to improve. So I think that's it from me, which gives you an outline of the report. The report does provide a number of the highlights. They're noted in paragraph 25 of the report, and I'm sure Dean will talk to them shortly as well, and he will also be available to answer any questions on their performance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Claire. So I think, Duncan, we normally move this one and then pass over to Dean and Stacey. Yeah, okay. So could I have someone to
Happy
move that?
to move.
Moved
Second.
by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we'll now call up Dean and Stacey. Welcome. And you have a fairly extensive report there in attachment A in the agenda, folks, that Dean and Stacey will now speak to.
So kia ora, councillors. It's good to be here again, including those online. Look forward to any discussion. You will have our monthly report for September, which I'm going to take as read, and I just wish to highlight some things out of that. But before I get started on it, can I acknowledge two very significant events over the last 7 or 8 days. The first is the ransomware attack, and I know that many have been very interested in that. I'm incredibly proud, and I reported this into the media the other day, of the way that the organisation has stood up, acted at pace, protected customer details, including financial details, and rebuilt a core part of its system relating to transactions. And enabled the continuation of services every single day to people of Auckland, whether on bus, rail or ferry. It'll be easy to underestimate the hours that have gone in and the global nature of the team. I don't want you to underestimate that. What would normally take months has been done in under 7 days. Yes, we've got a few things we're still ironing out, but the response has been, I think, exemplary if you compared it with any other organisation. The good thing too is that, as far as we're aware, no customer information has been breached. That was quarantined. The systems at Auckland Transport, the firewalls worked. There appears to be another route in, so you can have confidence in the work that the team has done. The other thing I want to highlight, and Stacey may answer questions on it later on, is we had a fatal stabbing at our Albany bus station. This is a tragedy not only for the individual that died, but also for those involved in the stabbing, because their lives have changed forever as well. And I want to acknowledge the impact on customers and staff who were present at the time. We've got good wraparound services for our teams and those that are affected. We're grateful to the response from emergency responses. The issue that we continue to face, and you'll all be aware of it, is ongoing violence, threats and aggression. It's a societal issue and it plays out very poorly in some of these public spaces. My appeal to all of us is that we need to lead in our own ways to help ensure that our people, whether they're our staff, our colleagues or the general public, we need to create a safe environment. Our leadership contributes to that. Those are opening comments. Can I go to the first slide, please? I've got the clicker. I forget that each time. I'm sorry. At least I'm consistent. I wasn't going to go through this report, to be fair. I didn't realise I was doing this report. I thought I was doing the monthly report. I'm taking this one as read.
Coming up now, Dean.
Well, it's, oh yeah, awesome, thank you. I just want to pull out a few stats here. Good to see that customer satisfaction is improving, which is what you'd expect on our public transport system as services get back up and running. We've seen a corresponding increase in reliability. Good to see some of those urban cycleway projects back on and progressing. Or components of them. Bus priority and optimisation is moving forward nicely. We're seeing improved travel times from buses where they move through those intersections as a result of the technology and the prioritisation. Great to see the Newland bus depot, which has been electrified with 44 new electric buses. We are the second largest electric bus provider in Australasia. Can I call out the Toitu certification, which we just received the other week. Auckland Transport is the only certified road controlling authority in New Zealand that has this certification. It's there because we are able to measure and demonstrate carbon emissions reduction across the work that we do. It's a very important outcome for us. So that's highlights, just touching on some of the challenges and opportunities. You'll see there significant effort, and I know this council has been party to it, regarding the government policy statement on land transport. So pleased that that feedback's gone, and my understanding is that many others have submitted something similar. So the message is clear across New Zealand about what New Zealand expects. Public transport growth, there's been good work on that. There's some online workshops. I welcome you to participate in those. Good chance for you to understand what we're trying to achieve there. It's been a nice piece of work between Auckland Transport staff and Auckland Council staff. I won't touch on anything else except to acknowledge that next week we will be looking forward to commencing the long-term plan discussions and all the joy that that will behold. There's some significant challenges but opportunities that go with it. And I know that I'm trying to rush through this a little bit. I'm happy to take general questions and then we might go on to ferries. Is that okay, Chair? Is that useful?
I think we can wrap it all up.
Okay.
Then just proceed and then we'll come back to questions at the end.
Yeah, you're on.
This conversation, I guess, is a follow-up to one that was had early in the year in regards to ferry staff shortage. As part of a broader plan, we are introducing the accelerated ferry training program, which does mean that unfortunately that we do have a period of disruption to 14 to 18 months. It is aimed at upskilling and prioritise the current ferry skippers and deckhands. With that in mind, there is an anticipation of bringing in international people due to their requirements in terms of, obviously, to fully train a skipper takes 4 to 7 years. So there is a number in the country already, and they are prioritising that. In order to do that, though, obviously we have to change our service frequency and patterns, and that does have quite a negative impact. So with that in mind, there is considerable changes to Half Moon Bay and Gulf Harbour. There was also the withdrawal from the Bayswater and Birkenhead North Coach services. And with that, we've actually managed to secure a new operator to take over when this commences on the 1st of October. We did announce that last week, so that's a new operator that currently doesn't service the Auckland network with ferry services, that being Explore. We're very thankful that we managed to get that across the line in a short period of time. So for those communities, they will have reliable, consistent services, and ideally in the longer term, we do want to beef up those services to get them back to what I would call a pre-COVID timetable. So with the Gulf Harbour and the Half Moon Bay services, there is what I would call bus replacements in line with, for Half Moon Bay, there is direct bus services from Half Moon Bay Terminal right to Panmure Station. That has a good time sort of measure in terms of that. With Gulf Harbour, there is direct bus replacements from the Gulf Harbour Terminal at certain points of the day. They are at the peak ends and what I call the shoulder peak, and then off peak we're extending the 988 service so that it encompasses the loop and then meets up with Hibiscus Coast Station. We have obviously had a lot of conversations about Gulf Harbour in particular. They have been very impacted by the ferry staff shortage and have had considerable reliability issues. We're aware that what is going to happen in the future is not ideal, and so we are looking at other options to see how we can improve upon that, and I do stress that point. What I will show you on the next page is what the anticipation looks like for reinstatement and back to a full timetable. So that is, at this point, adding another vessel to Devonport to increase the frequency for 30 minutes to 20 minutes in January. In September, add vessels to Gulf Harbour to increase peak trips from 2 to 4, and then reinstate the Gulf Harbour evening trips, and then reinstate the Half Moon Bay into peak trips. And then in November, we reinstate the Gulf Harbour into peak trips and Half Moon Bay evening. And then finally, in January 2025, we reinstate the Half Moon Bay weekend services. Right now, in terms of that for the Half Moon Bay customers, what we call the interpeak, or 10 to 2 p.m. There is obviously less people travelling in that period, so in terms of impact it's less. As I said, with Gulf Harbour, we are putting on those direct service replacements via bus. We will be providing regular updates to that in terms of progressing against the training plan, but it does allow fullers in order to be able to put dedicated fleet and 4 training slots a day in order to try and prioritise and get back up to full crew. I can take any questions on that.
Okay, we've got some questions. Member Henare online.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Just one question about what sort of strategies that you've put in place to ensure your Māori procurement target is met next financial year.
Yeah, look, thank you, member. And we received, helpfully, some questions from the IMSB last night. We don't have an answer to all of those questions, just to be clear. But on this one, excuse me, just to confirm that we're continually, sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. Right.
It is included in our SOI, so we will be reporting on it frequently. So in terms of how we're tracking against our target to make sure that we do hit our target for Māori engagement when it comes to procurement initiatives.
So what are the strategies? I mean, what are we looking at?
Well, I think we'll provide you a broader response on those questions that were sent through, but there is a number of things that our procurement teams that are working on engagement with suppliers in terms of that. I don't have anything in front of me to be able to tell you right now, but the team is working on a full response to that. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. We only got the questions last night, and to be fair, we haven't had a chance to compile the responses, but there is good progress on how we are responding to procurement. We're clear on our targets, and we'll give you a full response in writing.
I don't want to get into a scrap, but I think I'll leave that one. Let your voice get better.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
It's very kind.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Henare. Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, Councillor Walker was before me, but anyway, thank you. Okay. I just want to pick up what you've got. Auckland listens and responds to Aucklanders' needs. So I just want to thank you and hope that the yellow lines will stay on Pekarenga Road, which is really a highway. Because to be perfectly honest, I think the people of Hauck and Pekarenga, they've been wanting it for a long time, and the traffic is actually moving better, and that's with all the roadworks that's happening, because those lines have been put there. I mean, we've been, even Councillor Quacks, when he was around, we were begging for them then, so I really appreciate and thank you, and hopefully, we were told that they might be removed, so I'm hoping they're going to stay. Thank you.
Very nice. Positive bit of feedback. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got a question around the Gulf Harbour ferry service, and it follows on from what amounts to a decision around a Savage Cut. Obviously the service has been run down, but much of it is to do with taking crew for training. In a situation where that circumstance has been brought to fruition by a particular operator, Fuller's, who have lost crew, have, I would suggest, run the service down. Can Auckland Transport find another operator, given that there are other operators that have put their hand up to run a service in the short, medium and long term? And are there provisions within the contract with Fuller's whereby if there are non-performance issues, that you've got legitimate grounds to do that? And that's further to the circumstance that you've got where 2 other runs have obviously been taken out, and there are other operators that are going to do that successfully. And further to that,
I think we'll just get
that'll
answer
do.
to those ones for a start. Yeah.
All good questions, thank you. Firstly, we are contracted to Fuller's until 2028. That is the first element of it. We are working through various sort of options to understand what some of those next steps are and how we can reprioritise with the resources we have. And the plan has been in plan for a considerable amount of time in order to get to this point. And so when they think about disruption, how you can manage that with the resourcing that you have and best distribute it. agree in terms of that it does, Gulf Harbour Ferry has been substantially impacted by reliability over the last year, particularly in terms of declining reliability. So there are a number of things that we can do, but we need to follow our contractual process and make sure that we're working in good faith with our current operator and look at the options available to us. In the longer term, we do have obviously more options available to us in terms of how we procure that service, maybe as a standalone going forth, depending on what some of those outcomes look like. But we are looking at those, and we will be reporting back to the local council such as yourself and the local board. And we did meet with them this morning for some of those conversations too. Thank you.
So, supplementary question. What happens if the situation gets worse? That is, more crew leave Fullers, and they may leave for a variety of reasons. Is Auckland Transport in a position to step in?
Well, we're in a position to step into what the contract requirements are. Are we in a position to step in ourselves and run those? No, we're not. Yeah, but we are having conversations with the sector to understand capability and what our options are. Now, currently it does look like that no matter what we do, we still have a 6-month window where we have to, forward plan to make sure that that's accompanied. And so that is definitely what we're doing. There is no what I call overnight solution for this one. It has been what I call a building situation over the last few years in terms of that. There is no easy fix for getting people that are fully qualified and capable in order to be able to skipper these boats. That's the short of it. We're obviously, in terms of that forward resilience plan when it comes to ferry services, because it's a good topic, and I know we are covering some of this a little bit later, in terms of that, obviously AT is now building our own fleet. So that gives us a level of independence with what we do going forth and how we manage within that. So there's a number of things where I would suggest when it comes to ferry services, the current model, we're trying to change that, yeah? And there's been a lot of work over the last while to try and change that model with resilience in mind of the ferry network and the ongoing sustainability of it.
Okay, the follow-up question I've got just goes to the new ferries and retrofitted ferries that you mentioned. It would be helpful if you could supply it to the community and councillors as to what the ownership arrangement is of those ferries, both the ones that have been retrofitted, the diesel, the hybrid electrics, the electrics, and also if you could set out very clearly what the procurement is going forward, because there are concerns around the design and so on of the new electric ferries. So back to the question around the ownership and who gets them. What's the story there?
So very simply, Auckland Transport owns them, and we have the ability to utilise those ferries under any contracted service we want to moving forward. There is no link to operators in terms of exclusive rights to the use of those ferries, so that gives us the flexibility that Stacey's been talking about.
Okay, and the last question just goes to the circumstance across all the ferries, and that's around what penalties or like apply to operators when they're not performing.
There is an abatement regime for services not delivered, and obviously the contract that it currently encompasses that is a new contract, so it's robust. I'm not going to go into the contract details right here, right now, but happy to have more of a conversation about that with you.
Okay, yeah. Just further to that, Mr. Chair, it would be very helpful if as much information as you've got around the contracts can be made transparent. Because we have a circumstance where we've got a lot of people in the community and they are saying, okay, we want this operator gone, what can you do about it? That's what's been levelled to us. And I'm a councillor, but I'm not in a position to answer that. And I'd like to be able to answer that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Simpson?
Thanks, Dean. I hope you're okay, but my questions are for you, Stacey, anyway. So first of all, congratulations on 44 new electric buses, second highest in Australasia, first question is how many more electric buses would we have to be the highest in Australasia?
I'm trying to remember at the top of my head. It's not a lot, actually.
Maybe it's like 20.
Yeah, it's only literally another 20 plus. It all depends on how fast the other states go, in fairness, because they've got orders in too. Yeah.
I always like to, Kiwis' ingenuity, like to be best. But look, I want to talk to you about public transport targets because I think we're doing okay, but I look back and see that we're still at 84% of August 2019. So to be fair to you though, to what degree do you think the public transport patronage figures are still lagging because of the network issues such as the rail network rebuild for people working from home as a result of this new, Mondays and Fridays and stuff like that? I mean, what I'm saying is, are you ever going to be able to compare like for like if you think that behaviour change has occurred and it's never going to go back,
I don't know if we'll be able to ever. Well, we will, actually, in terms of that. We can tell right now that there's more people using public transport than there was pre-COVID, that is using it less. So those that used to travel 5 days a week are potentially travelling 3 days a week. So we can see that in the data in terms of that. I think the ongoing impact, particularly when I sort of look at particular parts like the rail corridor, when I can compare like the Western Line numbers now to pre-COVID, they're substantially different. And there's been a lot of what I call people go from train to bus. So you can see buses recover quite well because it's nice and stable right now. In terms of that, we still have a good chunk of our journey to go to get up to where we want to be in terms of that reliability across the network as a whole. With the growth program, and I'm looking forward to having conversations with those that want to on that, there are a number of initiatives in order for us to drive up that demand. And a lot of it is, what I would call locally, talking to people so they know what their options are, and some of those minor tweaks to the network which are going to improve travel times and accessibility for many.
Right, thanks, Councillor Simpson. Mayor Brown?
Thanks for that. I just got a couple of questions. The parking and enforcement revenue is $36 million lower than budget. That's quite worrying. Why is that?
You're referring to last year?
Yeah. The CEO's report.
Yeah, correct. Oh, sorry, I thought Mark was going to say something. We hadn't restored all of the parking enforcement activities that we'd had in previous years. First point. Second point is with the cost reduction initiatives, we did actually reduce some of our parking enforcement capability. This year, what we are doing for the financial year we've now entered, our budget is up, we've resourced for it, and we've increased charges, so we're confident we'll hit the budget.
Okay, and then the other thing was that spending was on other, went from 24 million to 49. Is that technology programs or something? What? There's a lot there. Other is kind of always a worrying thing. $49 million of other.
Can we come back to you with an answer on that?
Yeah, okay.
At this stage, we're not. I don't recall what the answer is to the question.
Okay, thanks. Just you'll know I'm looking. That's all. Righto. Cheers.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I guess my big question is around the DSIs, which won't be a big surprise. And just looking at the report on item 14 and sort of extrapolating that for this item 15 discussion, a lot of the key programs we're meeting or even exceeding targets, and yet this is still stubbornly staying high and getting higher. I was also noting that, as we've discussed previously, we know that risk in public transport, if you're taking public transport, you're at much lesser risk. And again, those figures are sort of coming up too. So what are we missing here that we need to be doing?
I feel like in the absence of what I call the capital program side of it that's going to happen, it's important to note that there's still a number of really what I call critical behavioural change aspects that can be done. Such as obviously the fines and penalties review is a really big one. Our fines are still substantially less than anybody else that's a similar sort of country. That's a real big one that I think does need to change, as well as some of the new technology, the enabling technology that we're really keen to see progress across Auckland, such as point-to-point technology. So point-to-point technology has had obviously a huge impact in terms of road driving behaviours in other parts of the world with really good results. So that's something that we're looking forward to being able to do. They are probably two of the big things in terms of what we could support with behavioural change outside of some of those what I call critical capital programs that, given some of our substantial budget restrictions, will not be happening for the foreseeable. Also, obviously, beefing up our partnership approach with our road safety partners and looking about how we can better to work together, particularly when it comes to a community wellness perspective and education perspective, and making sure that we're strengthening those relationships so that we can do more and actually front up better with our communities. The other big part is obviously, of course, getting people on board. That's always going to be a challenge with some of the stuff we do and our storytelling with that. And so, I mean, that's why we developed the new metrics that we have to provide better understanding for our communities about what's happening in your patch. And so people can really understand what that means. So there's a lot of what I would call other things that we can do outside of those capital programs, but we do have some really big leadership decisions that need to happen at central government level to make them happen, and we need to try harder to make those get across the line.
Thanks. So one of the things I was quite dismayed to see in the quarterly was the Operation Safer Roads showing 90% of infants and children restrained incorrectly. That's just astonishing to me. Do we feel that that's a result of perhaps new parents not engaging in, you know, the normal Plunket stuff during COVID? Like, why? That's just astronomical.
It is indeed startling, and I think a lot of the time it's people just not necessarily understanding. So the team that go out and do that, and they do joint operations with the likes of Plunket and police, and you know, they may have car seats, but they might be really old ones that are redundant and not up to safety standards and things like that. So, and also in terms of hierarchy of needs, that is a real big conversation when it comes to road safety equity and making sure that we help those communities do the right thing.
Okay. One last question, if I can. On page 13 of this presentation, it refers to pedestrian crashes, and I just wondered what a pedestrian crash is, because I don't see a lot of...
It's probably framed, I guess, a little bit incorrectly, but in terms of that, it's a terrible statistic. It's saying that things hit pedestrians,
right?
Where it has been no one else but hurt but the pedestrian. Right. And so I know we've talked previously about the rise in what we're seeing with that. There has been more increase this year for what people outside of the vehicle, vulnerable road users, motorbikes, cyclists. And walking, and we did do some work. I was curious to understand that some of that behavioural change piece that we've seen the last few years with people, did it actually stack up from a statistical perspective? And yes, we can see that the likes of new motorbike registrations have increased substantially. Yep. So there's some correlation there. But when we talk about the pedestrian one, particularly, and when you actually overlay that with crash types, you can see that it's people crossing the road a lot of the time, and people turning corners and not seeing them, or cutting through traffic if there's like a non-signalised intersection, that kind of thing, in terms that we've actually had some really good examples that have been reported recently, people headphones on, looking at their phone and walking in front of a bus. Yeah, and so some of those have been reported, and we're actually going to download some of that footage, obviously anonymise it, but use it in terms of awareness campaign because it's happening so much.
Do we think there's any issue there about the design of the vehicles in terms of visibility? I know that that's an issue with trucks, but as we get bigger and bigger cars, quite often you actually can't see someone who's lower down. I don't know if there's much we can do about that. it's a central government responsibility, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have anything through the stats that I can support that, but it's reasonable, to expect.
There is some technology emerging, particularly for intersections, where you can better detect that potential for conflict between pedestrian and vehicle. So we're having a look at that.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Dalton?
Thank you. Dean, a little while ago you said, and I agreed with you, that you'll go where the willing are when it comes to implementation of the cycleway program. And I did agree with you, because some things are just too hard to fight when you've got a local board that doesn't want to implement. But I'm looking at the DSI stats on page 14, and I can see that the Manurewa local board is the second highest for vulnerable users in terms of deaths and serious injuries. And they are the board that refused the cycle lanes from the climate action targeted rate, a new cycle lane. But this afternoon they're meeting to reject 3 projects that will implement cycleway barriers on existing cycleways through the SURF funding. And I wonder, when we as regional decision makers, governors, say, actually, we've got to do more around protecting our vulnerable users. I mean, arguably, the concrete barriers also protect the pedestrians, not just cyclists. So at what point do we say to local boards, this is too important?
Yeah, this is a really tricky space because we have been challenged deeply and very hard by our community and by the councillors themselves and the local boards to listen. And our commitment has been to listen and to build consensus on the things that we do across Auckland when it comes to safety improvements, cycleways and other projects. So to me, that's my starting point, Councillor. And I hear this challenge, well, sometimes the right thing's to do it despite what people are saying. I mean, that's my somewhat crude paraphrase. I think that would require definitely a very strong majority, if not unanimous decision around this table. But it's not a decision that Auckland Transport can make in isolation from the political consensus. I do think you need to build political consensus because we're struggling with social licence to operate as it is. And if we now start forcing solutions into communities, which we've been accused of in the past, well, I think we go down an even worse approach. The I guess my simple thinking on this is we have constrained capital and operating budget. If we follow the willing, we still have positive impact on DSI reduction, on active mode outcomes, but we may not go in the order that we would naturally prioritise. Maybe we go to number 5 on the list, number 7, number 12. Maybe we don't go 1, 2, 3, 4. But my expectation is that if you're up the top of this list and your people are being injured because you haven't taken action, then that'll ultimately turn into a matter for democracy to resolve.
I think that's a pretty good,
I'm not sure
pretty good answer, actually. So what you're saying is that we can still deliver on some good outcomes in this space. It just won't be for the community that needs it the most because there isn't political will. And it's a democratic answer at the end of the day. Thank you.
Councillor Darby?
I was going to raise the same point because I noticed the same numbers. It's been answered. I think I might just sit on it and I might comment later.
Okay. Councillor Lee?
Just in terms of the question regarding traffic enforcement and revenue and so on, I think in about 2021, AT reported to the council that car parking in the city had car parks had decreased from 5,000 to 2,400, over 50%. And so, as we can see outside in Albert Street, there's not many people paying for car parks, nor are people overstaying in Queen Street and getting pinged. So all those things mean less money coming in because there's less availability for us to get revenue from car parking.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Lee. Councillor Hills?
Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor Watson. And probably, first of all, just on Councillor Lee's point, if we could get the figures, because I quite often look at the figures and usually they're well under, our car park buildings at the moment are still well below pre-COVID levels. I don't know if we have that reported like the PT patronage, but anyway, it'd be good to have those figures. The question, and I don't want to have a back and forth, but I think about 3 months ago I did ask quite a specific question, like Councillor Dalton's, around when we're talking about deaths and serious injuries and who is actually not at fault, but I guess if you have evidence, my question was if there is evidence of harm or evidence of a solution to prevent that harm and elected members prevent that from happening, would the safety project or cycleway still go ahead? And at that point, I think it was you, Dean, or maybe it was Chair Donnelly, said we would put those projects in anyway because we have a duty to do that. And that seems to have changed in the answer to Councillor Dalton. And I know we keep talking about social licence, but in some respects, kids aren't talking to us, or people who are killed, we can't hear their voice. So I just want to get a definitive answer again on if there is clear evidence, who is at fault? Who's in charge of that final decision?
Maybe let them answer it. You picked up his question?
Yeah. It looks like Stacey also wants to contribute. Is that right?
Yeah.
So it won't be back and forth, but I think you'll get two. Chair Donnelly is right, but the demand for safety improvements is greater than what you've given us budget for, and it's greater than what the government's given us budget for. So we have to naturally prioritise, whether we like it or not. And so the process I've outlined is how we prioritise. We need willing communities. We are not in a position, unless there's a really acute safety risk, and I mean that's difficult, isn't it? But we've agreed with you that we will build consensus for change, okay? And that is a really important principle. It sits alongside and maybe in competition with doing the greatest priority. But if I don't have consensus from that community to do that, your challenge to me is we should be forcing it in, and I'm asking you in return then, are you willing to require that of us and those communities?
Okay, I won't go back and forth, but thank you for that answer. The next question around Fuller's, just want to, sorry, not Fuller's, the ferries, just want to congratulate the team for getting a new contractor for Birkenhead, Bayswater and Northcote. That's just phenomenal news from where we thought we were. Could we just, is there any details that you could tell us about what the sort of numbers are coming in that was so clear on the buses? Obviously bus drivers, phenomenal, quite a different story though of training. We're going on this training process the next while with new skippers. What are the sort of numbers coming through? Are you confident we're getting those numbers? You know, something Chris and I have been working on for about 2 years now with your teams, and it's exciting to see it happening. Obviously huge disruption for our communities, but are we getting there? Are we seeing the numbers rise? I just don't have a clear, we're not getting the data on, is it 5, is it 10, is it 1 of the skippers and crew needed to get back those pre-COVID frequencies?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the skippers number is still way down, and that's largely due to the training requirement. The only way to, what I would call bounce on that, is to actually bring in people internationally or returning Kiwis and make it attractive. So you would have noticed recently there was an announcement in terms of terms and conditions, particularly wages for skippers, deckhands, etc. It substantially sort of changed the attractiveness of the vocation. That was deliberate. It gives the operators a bit more parity with international markets, which is important to be able to attract and retain, ferry staff here. I do know they have a number of internationals being trained right now. From memory, that's three skippers. There's definitely more. They have no problem coming in the bottom end and training people up as deckhands and then progressing them, but it's that top, the ones that can do it now. There's such a stringent safety requirement, and for really, really good reason. These are big boats, and they need that. The other thing is the way the network works right now, and this goes to the prior conversation, is that we have a whole lot of various fleets of different shapes and sizes and types, so there's no standardisation. So for a skipper to be able to drive one of those ferries, they can only drive that ferry unless they get certified for the different type of ferries. So every single one, if there is no consistency with your fleet, which is what we're trying to overcome in the longer term, they have to do another whole training program to get that certification. So a part of the accelerated training program is requiring that fleet turnaround so that they're trained on and certified and ticketed for every single type of boat that they have. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. And I know it takes 3 to 5 years, so I was just asking mostly about the immigration. So we're talking about 3 with more on their way. I mean, I think it's that's about 25% of the whole, so that's kind of a start, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will be providing regular updates to that too. We are getting time and motion, sort of hours training each week, reports from Fullers from the 1st of October when that kicks off, and we can report back on how that's tracking here.
Thank you so much. And very last question, on the renewals, Dean, we have discussed this about 700 times, but will there be an update soon of how, because Waka Kotahi have said it's not their issue, there's no policy that directs us not to work that betterment in on climate, on safety. Have we cracked that yet, or are we looking forward to a work program that can use those budgets together with renewal budgets in a more kind of connected way?
The short answer is yes, we can, but it's all about programme alignment. So we cannot use renewals funding from Waka Kotahi to better per se, but we can bring funding from other programmes and put it on the back of the renewals. So it's all about alignment of programmes.
Yeah, it's all about zipping them up, so
Correct.
Single project.
So we can't use renewals programme for betterment. Sorry, we can't use renewals funding.
I know that. I know that part. Yeah. I just about bringing them together, not about Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple from me. Just in terms of the concept of going where the willing are in terms of cycle investment, I actually think there's something to that. Local boards are doing greenways plans that really set out beautiful projects that are cheaper and can make things a lot more safe. How are AT working with local boards to implement these plans?
The general approach going forward is to build local board transport plans. And that's where we agree with you, the investments across the local board that relate to the local board area, in which they tend to be spatially confined to that local board area. So that's the go forward approach, Councillor. And if we've got agreement and then we've got funding, we're able to prioritise it and then commence the investment.
Cool. I look forward to sort of hearing about that more as it goes on. I suppose this might be a naive question, but if there are local boards out there that are saying, look, we don't want safety funding, we don't want active mode funding, cycleway funding, is there a way that AT can quickly and nimbly give that funding to local board areas that actually do want to protect their communities?
To be fair, at this stage, no local board has said entirely no to anything. Right. So it's not quite as black and white as that. And our intention is, through our annual works program, is to plan out where we have got the willing and the funding and the priority and do it that way. So the nimbleness isn't necessarily in the moment or the month. It's year on year as we plan the works program And before we plan to deliver something, we need to know that we've got consensus, that we've got a technical solution that's going to work and is agreed, and that it's affordable. So those are the three pillars. Okay.
Last question, thank you, Chair. And this might be sort of information for later, but I was wondering if you had a figure of how many kilometres of separated cycleway we're building on average each year, and whether you could maybe flick that through if you don't have it in front of you.
We'll come back to you with the answer to that one.
Well, thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I wonder if people saw the need, then they would be over in the willing side. So I'm wondering, is there any kind of thought to kind of having a community engagement team set up in AT to help, you know, deliver the vision and provide that missing piece for communities so that they can be on board and that they know before anything starts happening? Because I get tagged by angry people once roadworks start, and I don't even know what the project is that's happening there. So there is something to be said for community engagement and even engagement with us as elected reps, but the community engagement. Once they understand what you're trying to do, then they're a little bit less angry.
We agree. I agree, and that's everything we're trying to build into the way that we're doing things. So we agree up front with the local board and the ward councillors what the work program is. Use their local board plans as part of our platform for building that consensus and awareness. Then you've got issues in the moment. So I think I've shared before, there's 2,000 locations across Auckland's road transport network that have got some sort of physical construction activity on them at any one time. And so that is a very busy environment in its own right. And yes, we want to get better at informing and in advance, no surprises as to what's happening, particularly with elected members, but giving those that are using those networks choice around how they can plan their trips. And we're thinking about how that lands into GIS, how it lands into the AT mobile app. All of those, we want to be able to push that information so people can make informed choices. But this is work in progress.
I think it can be achieved, you know, and then just a lot of preparatory work.
Yep.
Beforehand.
It's not for the faint-hearted, it's a big program of work, and we're committed to working in that direction.
Yeah, awesome, thank you. And I did want to ask about Royal Oak. I went out to Royal Oak because, you know, so much has been talked about the safety issues there. And then, you know, the person who died in the road leading into the roundabout. So really, yeah, kind of wanting to see some movement there with Royal Oak.
Thank you. Yep. This is the dreadful circumstance for us. We have so many needs. I would get a letter a week from somebody advising us, and I'm only part of it, telling us about where we've got a safety issue on our networks. It could be a T intersection, it could be on a gravel road that comes into a sealed one, it could be a road that comes up around a curve and it's slightly hidden. It could be in a town centre. It's across our networks. If you take it seriously, you'll invest more money in it. Okay. You'll get a paper, just to put this in somewhat stark relief, you'll get a discussion on level crossings for our railway networks coming up shortly. How many is it, Mark? Is it 52 level crossings? There's several billions of dollars to get that right. And that's in your gift to make a decision. So when we have the safety discussion, you're going to have it quite deliberately and very soon on level crossings. Okay? And that will be your choice. Either you fund it in whole or part or somewhere in between. And we will implement and we will build consensus and we'll sequence that with the local boards. But that will be a decision that you will need to make as councillors. So if you take safety seriously, then you'll think seriously about how you're going to fund it. I can't put it any more simply than that.
All right, well, thank you, Councillor Bartley. final question, make it a short one, Councillor Walker, please.
Can Auckland Transport give some consideration with some urgency to putting signs up at park and rides at the very least, and also buses, that people cannot travel on public transport with weapons, especially knives? The reason that I mention that is that that is happening actively, particularly amongst youth, and it manifests itself and can manifest itself in tragedy. There are other public transport networks overseas that certainly do this, and of course you can't carry firearms either, but we haven't advanced to that stage. Is it possible to have some consideration there? Thanks.
Yeah, well, absolutely, there's no question, but it's illegal to do that in this country anyway, and those that are acting illegally tend to do what they want. But we'll have a think about a reminder.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is it's a first step, and that helps with the engagement of the police. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, AT team. If you can step back now, would someone like to move this? Moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I've got a couple of quick comments to make. Councillor Henderson, you want to make a couple of quick comments?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't expecting it to come to me so quickly. Thank you. Obviously acknowledging some of the tragic circumstances we've had recently in the media, I also want to point out something that hasn't been picked up so much on the corner of Waipareta and Mazal Ave just last night, someone losing their life on a motorcycle in Henderson. Very sad. Just shout out to the whānau and everyone affected by that, and sort of a reminder of the context around the DSI discussions that we have at this table. I want to just point out a couple of things briefly. I think Mr. Kimpton was really right in terms of we need to fund things if we want them to be done. And just to shout out to the manifesto for Auckland, which was released over the weekend, and acknowledge you, Mr. Mayor, for calling out that we need a fair level of funding for local government, because this is the sort of stuff. We get the money in that goes to things like this. And if we don't have the money, we don't spend the money, and this is the problem we get on the screen right here with DSI, right? And a range of other issues. So we do need to keep pushing for a fair level of funding in that context. Also, I'd say, look, just in terms of funding, when we're ripping up roads, I just keep harping on about this, we should be looking immediately at how we can improve that road, how we can put in cycleways, how we can put in safe facilities, while the guys are already digging the hole. It's cheaper, it's quicker, and over time, over years, you'll get a safe network. And just speaking of safe network, the other thing we should be doing is working closer with local boards in terms of their greenways plans. All across the city, local boards have done a hell of a lot of work pointing out the gaps in the cycle network that they have, safer walking facilities, all the rest of it. There's just so much work there that's really good, that can really create a positive influence and a positive effect on safety for Aucklanders. It's all pretty much unfunded, and I was encouraged by the discussion that we had with Mr. Kimpton just then. We've got to keep going and keep pushing on that. And honestly, I will reiterate the other thing I said in the questioning, is that if there are areas that don't necessarily want the spend, feel free to offer it up. As part of the resolutions, I'd say offer it up. Put it back in the pot, because there's other areas in Auckland that desperately need it. In fact, all of the areas of Auckland need it. Lastly, I just want to take, while I have the opportunity, a shout out to our transport workers, people that are driving the buses, people that are working on the trains. They put themselves in danger to serve the public and serve the community, and I just really want to say that I appreciate that, and we all do. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Just a couple of quick comments from me. We've heard about the need to fund things that need to be done. I want to talk about things that are being funded generously but aren't being done. And it's really beholden on me as the chair to make a couple of comments on the ferry situation, particularly in light of the Waiheke Local Board presentation this morning, where the board made a plea for help. They made a plea for help. They could just as easily have been joined by another local board, the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, who were also trying to get in today to make a similar plea with respect to the ferry situation. Increasingly in the community, questions, talk, anger is turning to the nature of the contracts that have been signed with operators. We, of course, as councillors, have absolutely no visibility over that. I wouldn't know one single word that's in the contract with the operator that operates in my ward. I'm totally and utterly ignorant of what conditions, if any, apply. What I do know is what is on the public record, and that was, under a year ago, a $351 million contract was signed with Fuller's 360 to deliver ferry services to Devonport, Half Moon Bay, Hobsonville for 12 years, and Gulf Harbour route for 6 years. At the time, the then council representative on the Auckland Transport Board, Councillor Lee, said, "The AT deal is very expensive and provides little tangible guarantees for ferry users." By contrast, I rather naively made the comment that I hope that such a generous and long-term contract would result in significant improvements in services to the community that I represent. How misguided I was. In respect of that $351 million, 4 routes, I don't know if they're divided up pro rata or what the division is in terms of the routes that are serviced, but if you do rough mathematical calculation, you see they come out at just under $90 million a route, though I suspect some are more and some are less. Those payments are for ferry services to be delivered. We heard what Kath Hanley said in respect of the Waiheke run, and that was, I won't repeat it, but it went to lack of reliability. In fact, she referred to a dysfunctional services, if I'm to quote her words correctly. As far as the one I am familiar with, the Gulf Harbour run, a service that prior to that last contract had a 5 to 6% cancellation rate, has steadily climbed from 10 to 20 to 30. To the last 2 years, it's up over 50% cancellation rate. The ferry turns up once out of the 2 occasions it's programmed for. The solution to that come October 1 is for that cancellation rate of 50% essentially to go to 83%. So they'll be providing 16%, 16% of the contract. They've included in $351 million payment, 16% of those ferry services are being delivered. I want to acknowledge at this stage the efforts of Stacey van der Putten, has had this landed on her lap and is making a really valiant attempt to try and deal with a whole host of interrelated issues. But I guess, Mr. Mayor, in particular, if I address this to you as an individual who's got his hands over many contracts and value for money and return to the community, I would ask, are Fuller's 360 been paying 16% of their contract, because that's all they're delivering at Gulf Harbour? Are they be paying 16% of what was signed up less than 12 months ago? I somehow think they will not be. We've heard talk of abatement or penalty payments. To be honest, I rather doubt how substantive they are. I guess what I really want to finish up by saying is that this has been going on now for so long that in a number of instances, Waiheke, Gulf Harbour, where will be up to nearly 3.5, 4 years of such substandard service on a $350 million contract. So I guess the question is, in circumstances such as that, which I'm not familiar with any other public transport offerings in the country where the failure rate is as high as that, when are the exact nature of that contract going to be made public? Because I think we're at a point now where people are demanding, quite rightfully, this is public money. The public money has been committed. I'm not sure about where and when the payments are made. Are they made up front in advance of the year, quarterly, or what. But I think if things have reached the extent to which the public should be entitled to know what are the conditions which their over $1/3 billion are being given, and what the response is when those services, by any definition, are being failed to be delivered. Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Look, I do want to take some time to acknowledge Dean and his team in response to the cyber incident. I don't think we quite grasp how the massive risk there was with that. That could have just collapsed our public transport system if the Chief Executive and the whole Auckland Transport team and Ground Transportation Systems New Zealand, formerly TALIS, did not respond as smartly as they did. That involved, as Dean said earlier, a lot of international players who came in very quickly in support of us here in Auckland. And these incidents, these threats are running around the world, you know, looking for opportunities to grab $1 million here and $1 million there, if not more. It probably has cost us some money, but nowhere near what it potentially could have ended up looking like. So I think as of today, we've headed this off, Dean, and it's been a massive behind-the-scenes effort. It's been invisible to most Aucklanders, to be honest. What has actually happened in the back office of Auckland Transport and TALIS in the last week has been an enormous rebuild of the back office or the back end of the system. And to protect that really valuable private data has been achieved. That is an enormous win in the circumstances. So I just want to stress how, you know, it was on knife edge really at a point, and we got past it. So thank you. I also want to just acknowledge Auckland Transport for pulling out the stops and getting a new operator in Explore. Explore have tried to be in the public transport business before, but they were headed off, pretty much priced out of the market some years ago by an operator that's there now. Thanks, Stacey, for, you know, cementing the relationship with that provider and drawing them in, showing them the opportunity, but not just showing them this route of Birkenhead, Northcote, Bayswater, but showing them a business for the future that they could grow and be proud of, that dovetails in with their tourism business. And they've got tremendous experience both here in New Zealand, primarily Bay of Islands and Hauraki Gulf, but also in Australia. And they are well-resourced. So you need those well-resourced, well-capitalised companies to come into that market. I think it's important to understand in the ferry game, we're playing a long game here. Ferries, as I and Richard Hills said 8 years ago, or 5 and 8 years ago, were the poor cousin mode. Well after train, well after bus. We've been on this case for a long time. We managed to achieve Devonport coming off exempt. We wrote to ministers. Councillor Hills and I have written a lot of letters to ministers, and we've got great results, but it doesn't just turn up. I'm not going to beat the hell out of Auckland Transport right now because I know how complex this is. And I know I've been putting in the building blocks, as has Councillor Hills, bit by bit. And we are building to have a ferry service that is going to endure. But this does not turn up overnight. It's complicated, of course, by the departure of skills. And that has been a challenge for businesses right across New Zealand. We've knocked that one off in the bus area. We've still got to knock it off in the ferry area. It's a big challenge, but there's more than just the skills. We've really got to lock in Explore and possibly some other operators in the future to build a ferry system that is going to endure and be worthy of Aucklanders climbing on board of every morning and every afternoon and the hours in between. It's a big task, but the work is underway. It's just not entirely visible in terms of results at the moment, but it's a slow build. And lastly, I am concerned about this question of when Auckland Transport says, no, people are dying and being seriously injured here. We need to implement these infrastructure changes. I'm sorry, wannabe transport experts at local boards. You aren't transport experts, and you're not transport experts when it comes to safety. People have died here. They're likely to continue dying and be seriously injured, and we need to put in this safe infrastructure. I actually think we need to have a conversation about that, because if I look at those numbers for Mandarewa, I can understand with the Waitemata numbers where you've got a big density of population, but those Mandarewa numbers are really alarming. And when you read the resolutions of a board that ignores safety outright and has got an abhorrent view of cycling, I think the call needs to be made by us and Auckland Transport, not there.
Councillor Walker.
Sure. I'd just like to agree with all of the comments that you made, Chair. I'm on the same page. I think the question has to be asked is why is there so much secrecy around these contracts? It's public money. Often there may be a single operator that is running a run. There's huge public interest because the people that we're serving fundamentally are our customers, and we owe it to them. They should know, because they're part of, you would hope, making the service better. So I would say to Auckland Transport, look very closely at the contracts and ask the question, why not make a maximum of information publicly available? We should be more transparent. We need more accurate information out there, which the public have not had. My understanding is these present crew shortages were indicated last year, conceivably well over a year ago. So we've known about this circumstance, I would suggest, for a long time. Dealing with one operator that is progressively, it would appear, losing staff is not going to solve the problem. The people of Gulf Harbour, myself, I tried to use the ferry today, I came in on a bus, would be happy with the service that we had 2 years ago. And based on what myself and Councillor Watson and the community knows, it is possible in the short term to turn that situation around. If, as Councillor Watson suggests, there's a significant sum of money, which is the difference between 100% and 16% or whatever, that could fund another operator, can that not happen? So they're the questions that are outstanding, and the public really deserves some answers to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
This is in the debate, Chair, but I feel like it's a little unfair. I can debate the point, but it's unfair that the officers don't have a right to reply to what are very clear answers. Okay, that's fine.
The way debates go, Councillor Hills.
That's fine. So first of all, I'll just say that the contracts are available. After the contracts were signed, I've asked for them. I've asked for details. When as far as I know from Auckland Transport, when I've asked when ferries don't complete a service, they do get their contract reduced. We are helping pay the skipper training, though, that we are helping with that to help that happen faster. But those contracts, as far as I know, apart from probably very sensitive commercial negotiation side of things, those are all available, and I'm sure Dean would have said that, or Stacey. So that is available because we just need to ask for it. The other thing is that, yes, Councillor Walker, this has been public for a while around the ferry shortage of skippers. Same as the bus drivers. We worked last year on this. It was Councillor Darby and I who actually wrote to the Minister, and the Minister changed the immigration laws to allow us to bring skippers in, which is why I asked Stacey around how that was working, because it does take 3 to 5 years to train a skipper. Am I happy with the current level of ferry service in our city? Absolutely not. but the issue is mostly skippers. The other issue is boats. We've now got 4 boats which were part of that deal last year. They are now owned and owned and maintained by Auckland Transport, and over time, those boats, if there are contract issues, will be far easier to give to another operator to take over routes. In the past, operators have approached us but do not have the boats, so never managed to reach the threshold to tender for those routes. So that will add competition. That has taken a long time, as well as the 7 boats that are underway that we went and visited a couple of weeks ago, being built at McCullen and Wing, and then we've got others being built, I can't remember at the place, but those funded through the Climate Action Targeted Rate will have a help eventually. But right now, it is not good for our community, the access to those ferries. But I will say the deal done with Explore to switch by October the 1st is amazing. I really thought we were going to have weeks or months without services on those routes, and Stacey and others have promised that the aim is, once we have those skippers, to have that frequency across all our ferry services back to pre-COVID. The other comment I'll say is just congratulations on the bus drivers. I don't think we've had that out there. The buses are running amazingly. They are full every day on the bus. It is great to see that we seem to be, or feeling most days, apart from maybe Fridays, which is probably that 20% we're not seeing come back yet. The buses are back pre-COVID, and it's fantastic to see, and I haven't seen cancellations myself in a long time. I know they're still happening, but it's very, very minor. And just, it's great to hear, and I just want to clarify on the renewals. I'm not saying we should ever repurpose renewal funding for a different project, but we do need to see how we can zip those projects together so we're not seeing lots of TMPs, projects spread out over 6 years, digging up things for cycle lanes, bus lanes, or other safety projects. We need to figure out how we can do them together, save money, reduce emissions, and get those expectations up for the community. We do need to work harder on how we get communities buy-in for safety projects and climate projects, but we do have a massive issue. It's kids, it's pedestrians, it's people who are walking and cycling around our community that are overwhelmingly being hurt by our lack of action in this area. And it is funding, but it's not just funding, it's political will, and we need to back that. But anyway, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Baker.
I wasn't going to say anything, Mr Chair, but I'm really disappointed in the comments aimed at the local board in Manarewa, and I just think they were ill-informed. There's an old saying about know me before you judge me, and so having met with the chair and the deputy chair last week, they're actually after more applicable safety outcomes and not abandoning outcomes. And I just think it's the comments I've heard, in particular from 2 local board chairs, former local board chairs, is that somehow we should be disrespecting their, I guess their democratic, decision making is set up within the thing here. It's just disappointing, and we need to respect that, or we don't respect the governance structure of the council.
Councillor Bartley.
Okay, I don't have anything to ask about ferries. I wanted to acknowledge Auckland Transport. Because I think that's pretty amazing with getting our PT patronage at the levels that they've got them at, considering everything that's been thrown at them. 70 million boardings was the thing I read on the quarterly report. I think that's reflective of what we see out there. Like when I'm catching the bus, there's always people waiting to get on the bus, and the bus drivers have been really helpful. So I acknowledge what's happening with our public transport. So thank you, Auckland Transport, and also congratulate them on making pets on buses permanent, especially for large dogs. I think it does provide a different experience on the bus when you have a dog there. It makes it kind of fun, actually, and nicer, but I think that's to be applauded, because there's 100,000 dog owners in Auckland, and the more people that have a chance to use public transport to get to places with their dog, the better. So I acknowledge Luke Clark in his work there, and also the RBEs, the replacement rail buses. I notice those are always going, people are using them, they're free. The grace periods that people have been given, especially with the hop card issue, and people who haven't had the chance to top up their card and then get on there, and it's, you know, they don't have the money in their card, and the bus drivers just let them go on. And I think that's really good, actually, to, you know, have that consideration, considering the glitch in the system. But I think it's a really good way that people are being treated on public transport. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I don't have any gripes. I'll leave that for another meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Very quickly, I've been very critical of AT about the bus driver issue at multiple meetings over multiple months, and I thought it was only fair to give them a bouquet that they have resolved it. Mark Lambert said in this room that they'd have it done by September, and I checked with him earlier in the year, a couple of months later, would it still be done by September? And indeed it was done by mid-August. So I just wanted to put that on the record and acknowledge that, because I think that's only fair. I note that one of the key ways that we've achieved that is by putting their wages up, and I hope that we pay attention to the issues around wages and conditions that led to the shortage in the first place, and commit to keeping this resolved in the long term. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Newman.
Mr. Chair, I've just got back from the Manarewa Local Board meeting, and I have to say that I think that the comments addressed about the Manarewa Local Board are bloody disgraceful, and I'm appalled at the comments that have been expressed, and I utterly reject them on behalf of that board. And I think that if anybody has a concern about that local board, go down and talk to the board. Don't take a dump via electronic communications. Don't sit in the town hall and have a go. I'm so disappointed I'm not there in the town hall at the moment. But I have sat through a discussion with that local board where they have tried very hard to support the things that are evidence-based in relation to DSI, and the evidence points to the need to address safety problems at the intersections. And I think it is atrocious that they would be attacked because of a misconception by a small group of councillors, unworthy of a joint governance, in my view, if they're going to attack the local board because they disagree with the local board's advocacy. I want to say to you, Mr. Chair, that the problem that the board has at the moment is that there are different funding envelopes that are being offered up, but they haven't been committed to previously for various reasons. And there is a concern about the requirements, the obligations on that board to accept some of the projects as a condition of advancing safety projects funded by Waka Kotahi. That local board doesn't want the concrete separators on 4 local roads. Doesn't mean the local board's resolution today says they want to talk about whether they could have trials with respect to temporary separators for a period of up to 1 to 2 years. That's a point for discussion, and I'm so grateful to Councillor Baker for saying what he said, because it gives a degree of balance and context. And if I may, Mr. Chair, can I just say to Dean that with respect to asset management, please continue the work to fix the potholes. The resealing of those local road networks is the thing that would build social license with our community faster than anything else, because the potholes are the things that people see, it's the potholes are the things that people hit, and that's what needs to be resolved. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dalton, could you finish us off, please?
Oh, well, thank you. Look, I'd like to thank again Stacey for all the work she's putting into DSI, and also well done on the radio after the terrible event at Albany. Stacey, I think you spoke very well and gave the Auckland community comfort that Auckland Transport were going to make sure that they felt safe on the transport network. I have sat down with the chair and the deputy chair of the Manarewa Local Board a few times, not as many as I'd like to, because it's not that easy. Very well aware of the community and what the community requires. Extremely disappointed. These cycleways are to go on existing cycleways. These are long roads in Manurewa. Browns Road has a high school on it and a primary school on it. It has an existing cycleway, but it doesn't have a barrier. What we're saying is that we don't want concrete, well, don't include me in the we, want concrete barriers because we're not convinced. The board's resolution says they want evidence. They want evidence that the cycle lanes will be used because they're not used much now. Well, of course they're not used much now. They are unsafe. It's a busy road. The roads that are proposed from the SURF funding from Waka Kotahi as part of a $17 million package has been refused by the local board. They campaigned on not having concrete cycleway barriers. They campaigned on it. Of course they can't do it. They rejected the Climate Action Targeted Rate new cycleway down Mahia Road with concrete barriers because they don't want concrete barriers. So I look at those stats that we looked at before. Manurewa, second from the top for vulnerable users for death and serious injury. Those are pedestrians and cyclists. Concrete barriers protect pedestrians as well. 2 schools, the biggest high school in Manurewa along Browns Road. And the board is looking for other options. They would like separated cycleways out of the road corridor. Now that does not suit everybody. It suits some people, but it's still a risk because of cars backing out. But more than that, it's so unaffordable for us in the short term, you know. Can we just do something to protect our kids? Something that is being offered by government funding to protect our kids? And I thank Councillor Darby and Councillor Hills for speaking up, and I don't think it's right to accuse them of not believing in co-governance. They're believing in doing the right thing to protect our children. And everything else from where I sit, and I know, because I know my area well, and I know the politics of my area, and this is political at the risk of keeping our children safe. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak briefly. I think it's always difficult prior to an election because there's so much pressure put on everybody. And I want to commend you as we consider the matter of Auckland Transport today for the very careful way in which you've put the agenda together and that of our executive officer, director, in Barry Potter. We have had a really, really thorough examination of transport today. And the conclusion I have come to is that we are so handicapped because of the legislative framework that we're operating from to really deal with the strategic issues as best we could. So I hope that, you know, that the observations that I've made from today are, firstly, that Dean Kimpton and his team are doing the very, very best that they can in some trying circumstances. We know that we all want to be aspirational, but we all know that there's only so much that's going to be deliverable. And using the governance structure that we have, you have actually tried today to give us the opportunity to get into some depth on some really challenging issues. I also want to commend you as chair because you are one of the few chairs in this council that doesn't speak that often. You certainly don't speak after all of us have spoken on each individual occasion, as some chairs are wont to do. But the impassioned plea that you gave today is one that certainly I heard. And I hope that we can all continue to rise above the tendency to want to deep dive into our own personal stuff, but remain regional councillors and do justice to the big challenges that are facing us. So can I just conclude, please, again, on acknowledging Auckland Transport. They've been through significant change. These have been incredibly difficult times, and I think that the results that we have recorded today are ones that are admirable, but we've got a long way to go, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for that gracious acknowledgement, all and sundry there. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Okay, carried. We now go to item 16, the public transport zero emission update. Welcome back, Stacey and Mark. And we're going to receive an update on the ambition of AT for its resilient and low emissions transport system.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillors, Mr Mayor. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an update on our drive towards decarbonising the PT system. We've made significant progress, we believe, to date, and it's been touched on already around what we call mission electric and converting the public transport system to low or zero emission vehicles. That includes electrification of the rail network, key bus routes and depots that have been electrified, and we've mentioned already 133 zero emission buses on our network now, which is the second highest in Australasia. And we are currently building 4 new low or zero emission ferries as well, with 3 more to come. Stacey will go through the detail of those deliverables. I'll cover the first 4 slides or so, which really touches on the strategy and the intent. And I'll be pretty quick on this because you all know this, I think. So, of course, reduction in emissions is a critical part of both central and council's strategic intent and direction. The government policy direction seeks a low carbon transport system. And what does that mean for us in our bus network in particular? Zero emission bus fleet by 2035. And of course the council is also part of and is committed to C40 declaration, and that included no new diesel buses could be procured from 2025, and at the time AT committed to bringing that forward to 2021. Part of that also is a major part of the city and will be zero emission by 2030. Again, you'll know this in terms of the Auckland Climate Plan, we're seeking to halve emissions by 2030. Road transport is the most significant contributor to that at around 40% of all emissions. The graph there attempts to show that of the kilometres travelled by vehicles, carbon dioxide emissions in particular are greatest by ferry, followed by private vehicles. The carbon dioxide emissions, when you convert that into passenger kilometres, and it's fairly obvious, I think, but show that that's highest for private vehicles because, of course, our public transport vehicles are carrying way more than the average 1.25 passengers per private vehicle. This means that our strategy is, again, obviously focused on encouraging people into public transport and decarbonisation of public transport. The graph here breaks down our public transport fleet into total emissions by mode. So the blue part of the graph at the top is around our train fleet. It went down significantly in terms of emissions around 2015 when we completed electrification through a new passenger train fleet across the majority of the network other than Papakura to Pukekohe. And that part of the network will be completed next year. The grey for bus, the emissions from the bus network have increased proportionally across public transport, and that's because, of course, around 15, 16, 17, we significantly increased the bus public transport system. Orange is for ferry, and as you'll see, and we've had plenty of conversations already, but due to the ageing diesel fleet, the share for ferry emissions is by far disproportionately higher than for other modes because of the age of the fleet and the nature of the fleet as well. So I'll pass over to Stacey to talk in more detail around what we have achieved and what we are doing by mode. But in summary, train is effectively zero emission now. We've recently adopted version 3 of our low emission bus roadmap, which targets a 2035 full zero emission bus fleet, which is aligned to government targets. And at the moment, by 2034, we're targeting, with funding, we're targeting for half of the ferry fleet to be low or zero emission, with the full fleet targeted by 2040.
Fabulous, thank you. I'll try not to be too repetitive on those key points there. As Mark pointed out, our trains are fully electric after taking off the Papakura to Pukekohe DMU fleet last year, and obviously that upgrade's due to be complete with it being electrified next year, which will be fabulous in terms of that connectivity for our customers. Currently we have a fleet of 72 three-car electric trains, and we do have another 23 trains delivery between April 24 and May 25 to support CRL. The next stage of that, of course, is in their draft rail program business case with what we call Tranche 4, and that will enable the future proofing when we get to that point in terms of 9-car train operations. In terms of our low emission bus roadmap, we've not long released version 3 of that. Currently we have 1,350 buses in our fleet. That will grow as our network grows as well, and they will obviously, every bus we procure from here is electric. Currently, as we said, we've got those 133 zero emissions buses currently on the network. And we also have the first and only hydrogen fuel cell bus in New Zealand. There are some in Australia. I'm pretty sure we're the first, though, actually, in Australasia to have that hydrogen bus. But I know there are some in Adelaide now. Currently, the full transition to zero emissions fleet is by 2035. Now, that's really important. That is subject to funding and the ongoing conversation with that to make sure that that's actually sustainable to reach that target. Cost estimated is 620 million compared to the do-nothing approach. So that's over the longer term until 2040. So that's the premium in that 20-year period that we need to pay to reach that target. There is what I call some cost advantage built into that model. So in terms of obviously batteries getting cheaper, etc. Now that there's way more production in terms of that, the unit cost coming down. A little bit more in terms of our low emission bus roadmap. So we're really lucky that we do have some of those key routes that are operated fully by zero emission vehicles. Those City Link, Airport Link, Waiheke Link, Tamaki Link, and then Eastern Bay's route 774, 775 and 762. We've just added the 24 route, so that's in terms of that New Lynn electrification. So the Sandringham Road's just gone fully electric as well. So at Panmure Depot, well, it's not our Panmure Depot, NZ Buses Panmure Depot is fully electric. New Lynn is actually half electric. It's not actually fully electric, but it has been enabled in order to be able to run electric buses now. We do have the Horsey Street, Te Rakau Drive, Mangere, Takanini and Albany depots do have charging infrastructure. It is one of our challenges when it comes to deploying EV fleets, is in terms of that enabling technology. It's huge. It's not just putting the enabling technology in, it's making sure that the system around it is built in order for the capability to actually meet that demand on the network. So it needs to be a holistic program in order to be able to make that work for us. We only own that one depot. We own the Te Rakau Drive depot, and we are currently going through an assessment in terms of that strategic approach to future-proof allocations, because of course that's critically important. It's critically important because that in terms of maximising what we call out-of-service running, or minimising is probably the better way to put it, minimising that happening and making our routes more efficient, making sure that we have those locations when we're in a tendering environment. We do risk losing them if we don't have that in our forward plan. So that's definitely in our plan, and of course when you're thinking about enabling technology, moving that about is not cheap. Yeah, so that is definitely something that we're looking very strongly at. Bus contracts expire from 2025 in the first round of PTOM, so the new contracts do require that 100% fully zero emission and to be in place no later than 2035. I know the question will come up with everybody is, does that mean stranded assets? No, that's why it's 2035, because we don't want to make something else non-sustainable by prioritising that. All new fleet do have to be electric, but in terms of that transition, we do want to make sure that we maximise usable life of existing fleet where we can, rather than having stranded assets. There is what we call secondary markets to be able to support in terms of school buses across the country where operators can redeploy, and they've been doing that when we have put in these fully electric ones. But making sure we're doing all that in a sustainable way is really important for the overall picture. In terms of the future ferry program, we of course, as we talked about earlier, our current fleet, which is out there, is what I call a hot potch of all different types of vessel types, etc. So we do obviously have a considerable need to do standardisation, across the fleet, both from an infrastructure perspective, but also to enable some of these situations that we see ourselves in with skippers only being able to drive certain fleet types, minimising that. So currently we've got 4 times refurbishment of 80 owned diesel ferries to improve reliability, extend life and lower emissions. And in next year, we'll be in receipt of 2 times 200 passenger fully electric ferries, and they're currently in build, and I know some of you have seen those being built. That's using the eco-funding provision in terms of that. In 25 and 26, we have 2 300 passenger hybrid electric vehicles, ferries, that will be deployed. So they're looking for delivery in 25 and 26, and they will be going on Devonport and Half Moon Bay. In 2026, we will be looking at 3 times 200 passenger electric or hybrid electric ferries, and they'll be going to Hobsonville and Half Moon Bay, and they'll be tendered later this year. From there, and subject obviously to the funding provisions, we'll be going to open market tenders and sort of looking at various options with that. Still very much subject to funding. And we'll leave it there, and we're happy to take questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Just a very quick one from me. Excellent progress with the bus fleet. Could you tell how much does an electric bus cost, by the way?
A lot less than a ferry. It's, in terms of that, they do range, I guess, between 700k and upwards. I can't remember what the last one's in terms of cost. So the way we do them, of course, we currently have a unit out where it's actually closed and it's in evaluation stage. It's the first time we've competitively tendered an EV unit as a new thing. So that will give us a really sort of good benchmark to that. Right now, everything's been negotiated to date. The cost is coming down. As I said, in terms of our low emissions bus roadmap, that is accounted for in terms of that streamlining of cost.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thank you. I've already congratulated you on your bus fleet and whatever, so thank you. But look, I just want to understand, just because I want to understand for my own benefit, the technical point about emissions per kilometre. Is the measure just about emissions and how far each of the vehicles travel, or is it passenger emissions per kilometres travelled? In other words, is this about getting vehicles to be low or no emission, as you're working towards, or can you drive the statistics down by also getting lots of people on the existing diesel buses while we wait to turn them over to being electric? So even the simplest question, is a full diesel bus still better for emissions than the people on those buses all using their cars?
Correct, yes.
And the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing both, trying to maximise PT growth, use, and actually decarbonise at the same time. But the more people you can get onto the diesel bus is better than having the equivalent people in petrol vehicles.
Councillor Walker.
A few questions. We had a presentation to us by some council officers around our carbon emissions a week or so ago. And the emissions up to 2019 were tracking up. There were probably 4 data points since then, and I don't doubt that they're tracking up further. I asked a question then, can you provide us some information on those emissions? And I'd ask that question of you just as it goes to transport, so that at least we as council know where our transport emissions are heading. There are some good proxies there, for example, the amount of diesel and fuel consumed. You've got that information for Auckland. Is it possible to update us on that on a far more regular basis than we're getting from another source. And my further question is, if that is the case, and I would anticipate that our emissions have gone up, our prospect of halving our emissions by 2030 is nigh on impossible based on what our existing proposition is. And if that is the case, and we accept that, what can we do to dramatically accelerate the circumstance? And I know there was a mention of electric buses. I think there are 500,000 electric buses in China, for example, and they're not a world leader, but that's what an expert told me a few days ago. Quite obviously, there are other cities that are doing more. So coming back to my question, what's our implementation plan looking like to achieve halving our transport emissions by 2030?
That's a very complicated question, which I think is probably better to work through the TURB action plan that we are working with, and it sounds like you're referring to a presentation last week on that. So I'm sure we can provide more regular reports around that and how that's tracking. Remember, as I understand it, the halving of the emissions for transport is against the 2016 baseline. And so while it's been going up, it's still going to be benchmarked against that point. Now, in terms of how do you accelerate all that, well, again, it comes back to what's the funding appetite and availability. We can decarbonise the electric bus, the bus fleet as quickly as we want. It's basically funding, and it's what's the optimum use of that funding. At the moment, we're taking a view that we want to utilise the diesel assets to effectively, in most cases, end of life, as opposed to simply switching out. There's also, through the piece of work and ERP and everything else, is how do we get the private vehicle fleet accelerated? And that's probably a bigger question than just for Auckland Transport to resolve.
One further very quick question, and it just goes to that. There's a circumstance where EVs are now almost on parity with ICE vehicles in terms of internal combustion cars on price. That circumstance has changed rapidly. So what conversations are you having with companies like Tesla, for example, that could literally lay out a plan to decarbonise Auckland's transport emissions? Are you speaking with them?
I guess it's fair to say we are regularly getting some conversations with the likes of Tesla and other unsolicited proposals, particularly for use in creating charging infrastructure within car parks, for example. And we're also having conversations around, is there anything more you can do in the general road corridor? But of course that creates other hazards and issues, particularly with the way the new unitary plan type on the legislation around use of car parks in dwellings, etc., has been structured.
Okay, I'm happy to move this to have a seconder. Second from Councillor Fletcher then. You want to speak now?
Just very quickly, and I really just want to emphasise that if we look at other cities, if we look what's happening across the US, where fast charging stations are being rolled out across hotel networks widely. You can look at a map of the US and it's populated by any number of charging stations. We need to be doing that in Auckland with some rapidity. We don't have to spend the money on that. We just have to enable it to happen. So I just make that point, Mr. Chair. It's urgent.
Thank you, and thank you, Stacey, Mark, and some good progress there. Next item, 17. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 17, Level Crossings Program Update. Mark Lambert stays there. Welcome, is it Christian and Donald? I'll leave you to do the introductions, Mark. And this is the future plans to remove level crossings on Auckland Metro Rail Network.
So thank you, Chair. Just introduce Damien Flynn and Donald Green from our rail team. Christian is otherwise engaged with his French accent. The purpose of this paper is really to update the committee on our approach that's being taken to all level crossings in the Auckland Metro network. There were, I say were, 52 at-grade crossing points across the rail network And with an increase in service levels across the train network over the coming, and again, emphasis to 20 years, the frequency of rail crossing barrier arms at those at-grade crossings will increase. This creates both a reduction in the efficiency of the local road network and also increases safety risk as people get frustrated with the amount of time barrier arms are down and potentially try and navigate them. Over the time, we are talking about, we are proposing full removal of all at-grade crossings. Now, that does not mean road closures or pedestrian closures. It could mean that, but it could also mean underpasses, bridges, and we haven't done all the work yet, and it's a significant amount of work to look at every single level crossing to come up with the best solution. So the purpose of this presentation is really to give you an overview over the next 10, 20 years, subject to funding, of what we should be doing and what could be possible. So there's 52. CRL is already removing 3 as part of their funded and construction works. We are proposing a further 7 to be removed for day 1 opening of CRL. That leaves 42, which is a currently unfunded programme. We believe that programme is in the order of $3 billion over 10 to 20 years. It's a massive programme, but other cities around the world are doing this. Melbourne has set up its own SPV to deliver this over, I believe, around 70 level crossings, and it's in the billions of dollars. So this is very early work in terms of a long programme of work. I'll ask Damien to fly through some of the presentation and mostly take it as read. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and kia ora tātou. The first slide I will skip over because it's more of a summary. We can come back to that if we've got time. Overview of crossings. As you'll be aware, level crossings are a point of interface between large heavy rail vehicles and other road users, pedestrians and cyclists, and they create a risk of harm, a risk of collision. They also create inefficiencies, not just on the rail network because trains have to slow down, but on the wider transport network as road users, pedestrians, cyclists need to wait for barriers to raise again. That in turn creates congestion, high emissions. As Mark said, there's 49 crossings on the network, 3 have been removed by CRL, and all of those crossings have the highest level of protection. The vehicle crossings have the highest level of protection that we currently employ in this country, which is half-arm barriers and flashing lights and bells. So we need to start removing them. Removing can be by closure or grade separation. It doesn't mean close them all. But funding for the full removal program has yet to be confirmed, and our current focus is on mitigating risk for CRL day 1. A bit of the incident history. I think the sad reality is people are harmed at these locations, and there's many more near misses than actual harm. Which emphasises why we need to do something, and Auckland Transport, Kiwi Rail want to do everything we can to not just reduce the risk but eliminate it, and that's by removing the crossings altogether. Why do we need to act now? So I think you're all aware CRL will be completed soon, and that enables us to increase the number of train movements on the network. Kiwi Rail are also planning to move more freight on the network, which increases the risk at crossings and will lead to more frequent barrier closures and more congestion. There's a formal process underway with the safety case holders, which is Auckland One Rail and Kiwi Rail, to assess the detailed CRL timetable and take that through the regulatory process. And we have versions of the timetable in development that can further mitigate risk if we need to and still enable frequency increases. Next slide, a lot of numbers. It's sort of an indicative analysis of potential impact of some road crossings. Shows that with frequency increases of trains, barrier arm downtimes may increase from about half of the peak hour to around about 75% with the next timetable. And then if you look further ahead, that just gets worse. So it's safe to say we would be limited in what we can do after CRL opens if these crossings aren't removed. Mitigations, what are we doing now? There's a program nearing completion to gate all of the pedestrian crossings. That means that the gates automatically lock when the barrier arms go down. 3 crossings have been removed by CRL already, which is the difference between the 52 and the 49 that you've heard. And we're looking at removing Church Street East level crossing, which is the last crossing in the inner network. 5 pedestrian crossing removals are under investigation. They're crossings that aren't connected to a road, so it's sort of a little bit easier to do than a full road removal. And we're grade separating Homai station access. We're also doing risk assessments, updating to the latest risk assessment model that Kiwi Rail has, which will identify any other mitigations that are feasible. Also underway is a detailed business case for removal of the next highest priority crossings, which are a grouping of 4 crossings in Takanini, and that's being progressed by the Supporting Growth Alliance. As we'll see next, we're working on the business case for the longer term program. In terms of the longer term program, we're working with Kiwi Rail and other stakeholders on a Waka Kotahi business case to define the program for removing them all over a period of time. Any delivery program would need to be progressed jointly with Kiwi Rail. As I've said, the Southern Line crossings at Takanini is the first grouping of crossings that we would look at removing, and the most progress has been made. How are we prioritising removal? There's been a number of assessments in the past that are primarily risk-based, but we would be reprioritising everything through the business case process, looking at risk, looking at feasibility and constructability. There may be cases where we need to keep crossings open to enable adjacent crossings to be removed before we can remove other ones. And there are broad prioritisations that have been developed from earlier work. This is more about option assessment than prioritisation. So what were we doing at each location to assess the options for removal, either closure or grade separation? Each crossing will be assessed in terms of with a multi-criteria assessment, primarily looking at safety, but looking at the impact on the transport network as a whole. Importantly, community impacts, community severance, value for money, and then other opportunities for urban realm improvements and linkages with other related projects. Funding, I think this has been canvassed in previous discussions, so I won't labour the point. Current estimates put the entire program at around about $3 billion. 1.3 billion of that is in the current 10-year program, which is unfunded. 600 million of that is identified for Takanini. And the current provision we have is around about 63 to progress Group 1 only. So there is a significant funding gap, a significant issue for Auckland that needs to be progressed at a national level. Next steps, as I've said, our current focus is on day 1 mitigations, as well as progressing the business case for that first group in Takanini, and also the program business case for the entire removal program, and engaging with the safety case holders and the regulator on the detail of the CRL day 1 timetable, and that's happening whilst funding discussions progress. And that's the end.
Thank you, gentlemen. Open it up for questions now. I've already got some up there. Councillors Simpson, Henderson, Walker and Newman.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is actually from the Mayor. He had to go, sorry. And he asks, only one further road grade separation will be undertaken prior to CRL opening. Does this mean that train frequency post CRL opening will be lower than anticipated?
Yes and no. We are putting in place a timetable which will have the frequencies in the network, and we are currently have a mitigation around, in particular, which crossing was it? Church Street East. If we aren't able to remove that, then there could be an implication there. But the intention right now is to have the frequencies in place as intended.
Right, because my question was around the regulator, you know, the regulation. Look, I know that a lot of people don't want them. I can understand that. They're convenient. You know, I've got Newmarket on my shoulder, listening in my ear why I say this question. But at what point would the regulator turn around and say, actually, you have to do this? Is that something that...
That's a very that's a very good question. We are engaging obviously with the regulator leading up to CRL day one. We've engaged with the regulator on all timetable changes over the last decade. It's not a black and white answer, only the regulator can really answer that. We're taking a risk-based approach across the whole network to reduce the risk as much as we possibly can for day one. Ultimately, the regulator has to sign that off, and ultimately the regulator has to sign off the safety cases for the rail operator, AOR, and also KiwiRail, and be comfortable that the risk has been adequately mitigated. So I know that's probably a bureaucratic answer, but right now I can't sit here and say that the regulator will absolutely accept what we're proposing. But we're in extended discussions and we're trying to get an answer on that as soon as we can.
Thanks. Chair, question for you. Sorry, John. Sorry, question for you. Based on that answer, you might like to see if the regulator might come and have a chat with us. Because I thought this was actually kind of really important, isn't it? I mean, on one hand, you've got a whole bunch of people in the community saying, please do not stop this. This is so important to how we move and get around. And on the other hand, you may have a regulator that says, actually, if you don't do it, you can't operate. And we've spent, how much? $5 billion on something that isn't going to work, you know? So it might be, if you're unsure and you don't know, it might be a really good opportunity to get the regulator in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I see Barry's made a note of that. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair, and your forbearance, because I have questions relating to my ward, and it's not always a good thing. But yeah, first and foremost, can I just at a general level ask, how is the decision made? Can we make that clear in terms of removing versus upgrading and making safe?
All of the crossings, vehicle crossings in Auckland are at the highest level of protection that we can currently use. So they're all safe.
Right.
The next step is removal.
Right, okay. We've got two among the six that are, you know, extremely controversial in the communities there. O'Neill's Road in Swanson and obviously the Corbin Estate one in Henderson. Starting with the Henderson one, there's about 70 houses that live on Winery Way there. If you were to close off that crossing, I don't know how they get to their houses. So I don't know if you've got the level of detail to answer the question, but you know, is there anything that you could offer in terms of that one?
I mean, we certainly can't stop people accessing their properties. The options are to provide alternative access. We can provide more detail on the options that are being assessed.
Yeah, thanks. I'd probably want more detail on the O'Neills as well. So I think as a way forward, Chair, maybe if we get together, so myself, the local board chairs and you guys to yarn about those two projects because they're incredibly controversial. Well, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Have we considered using the climate action targeted rate for funding this? The reason I ask this is obviously it's going to dramatically enhance the speed of the trains. It's going to enhance mobility on the part of cyclists and pedestrians, buses, and obviously also vehicles. I would have thought there was a good case there, maybe better than some of the other stuff we're funding.
That's probably a little bit difficult for me to answer because the targeted rate, as I understand it, is very focused on specific interventions and specific projects. To change those would need to come back to here and obviously need a decision to change that. But in terms of, you made a point around speed of trains. Closing these crossings doesn't necessarily increase the speed of trains.
Sorry,
it's
I didn't
about
know.
the broader road network and things like
Okay. Is it possible for us to come back, because we're going through a long-term plan, we've got the opportunity to reassess the climate action targeted rate. I would have thought there was a good case here, and this is urgent. Thank you.
Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I'm just wondering about how I presume that you'd be wanting at least a 50% contribution from central government for the capital cost of of each of the tranches of grade separation. What sort of advice and what sort of resolution are you seeking from Cabinet when advice goes up? Because I'm assuming they would understand that there is a cost share, because this is all related to the CRL.
There's a bit of history around that question. So the funding for all of this programme broadly has been included in previous versions of ATAP. And there was assumptions made, so this is not new, so it's been included in ATAP. Assumptions were made at the time that a lot of this programme would be 100% central government funded. That hasn't transpired. Therefore, if you take the, let's say, traditional approach, then you'd expect any capital investment to attract 51% government funding. But that's a broader conversation with central government through your LTP, through the RLTP process.
And so who leads the advice and the debate around that? Because I know that Auckland Transport is a requiring authority for the designation, the notice of requirement for the land, that you've got to do that work, but presumably we're proceeding on the basis of some sort of agreement around a cost share.
At the moment, we are progressing this through the LTP process, and I think that's a conversation which will be needed to have around this table, and how you wish to propose funding applications, potentially, to government beyond what you already have.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I've got quite a few questions on this, so happy if some of them need to be a separate conversation, but let's see how we go, I guess. The options here of closure or grade separation, and you've indicated that the vehicle crossings we already have are at the highest safety level. We've got a number of pedestrian-only crossings, though, which are not necessarily already at the highest safety level, do not necessarily have mazes or locked gates, I don't think. So why are we, I guess, I struggle a little bit with why we're prioritising some of the pedestrian ones. Why are they in the first tranche? Why aren't we focusing on the vehicle ones first?
The first tranche includes those 5 standalone pedestrians, so they're the ones we're doing first. And we're completing a program of gating the remaining pedestrian crossings that don't have them with mazes and gates. So everything is being brought up to that higher standard.
But there are some pedestrian crossings that are proposed for removal.
Yes.
Yes. So how have you identified that removal is justified? It just sort of seems to me, I mean, I guess I'm particularly thinking of Lloyd Ave. I don't understand why that's become such a high priority one to remove, because it doesn't even make that list of the percentages of times that the gates would be shut due to trains going through. That breakdown that's got the percentages of times, and they get worse and worse as the CRL goes to full operation. Lloyd Ave doesn't even make that.
That was a list of the vehicle crossings for the barrier times. To clarify, removal doesn't necessarily mean close. It's close or grade separate. So there may still be a crossing at that location, just not at grade.
Okay, so the proposal for the community is total closure. There's no grade separation proposed there. Okay, so maybe if I move back a little bit from the specifics of that one, and maybe we try and have a conversation about that one offline. So we have in ATAP 2021 to 2023, there was 220 million there for level crossing removals, and you've put up a slide that tells us that money doesn't appear on it. So what's happened to that 220 million from ATAP?
From memory, that 220 was the cost at that time of the Takanini groupings, so we're still working on it. My understanding was that, as Mark has said, there was an assumption in ATAP of 100% funding, and that wasn't committed, it wasn't confirmed thereafter.
Okay, I think there might have been some mixed messages on that 220 million over time over what it would fund. At an earlier point, there was information that it would more than fund Takanini, and therefore some might be available for the Western Line. So has that changed? Can we get some clarity on that?
We'd have to go back, so I can't remember the detail around that, but we can come back to you on that.
Okay. So in terms of the funding issue, I mean, it's quite frustrating. We've got this situation. This is probably more in comment now, Chair, so I'll come back to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Hills and Fletcher.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. And I think it's maybe hard to see what the words mean in reality. So my questions might need a different briefing, but just again, maybe it's more a comment if you're considering it. Are you considering a wider network of what these changes will do and how you could prevent them? So VKT, emissions, safety, it might be a really popular walkway which is used by school kids or families, but actually it's going to mean a 5K drive now. So are you thinking of a level of prioritisation that is around what a community use is or what that might do? And it might be doing cycle lanes or footpaths to a different crossing and making the actual vehicle crossing safer for those users if you have to close to close by pedestrian crossings. I'm just wanting to know how you're deciding the overall piece of what that looks like, and obviously you have to work with the community on that. But.
Yes, I mean, there's lots of criteria we'll be considering on a case-by-case basis, so all options will be considered. We'll be engaged with the community. Things like community severance will be a key part of that criteria as well as to what options we have. And are there alternatives which are 100 metres extended walk versus 5 kilometres or something? So all of that will be looked at on a case-by-case basis for each crossing. We've only started doing that for the Group 1 and the Takanini crossings. We need to do all of that for the rest of the programme as well.
Councillor Fletcher, you're the last.
Oh, thank you. I think we've heard previously, on many occasions when questions have come up around grade separation, that there was always going to be a great big price tag, but the assumption had been, and certainly I know Mike Lee's not here at the moment, but at the time the Board of Auckland Transport were pushing forward with the CRL and at the government of the day, the assumption was that this would be funded by central government. So it's very disheartening when you start to look at what has to be a priority for the investment that we've put into the CRL. I think this needs a lot more detailed analysis. It's going to be controversial, and I wondered whether you would entertain the idea of actually having a workshop on it so we can do a bit of a deep dive into what these priorities can be, and on the matter that Councillor Henderson raised, that we can actually start looking at alternatives so that we can actually give some comfort to our communities that we have been able to work through this in a constructive way. But I'm sorry that the Mayor is not here, because this has to be a matter for advocacy to central government. And right now, I would hope that all of the political parties are coming to understand that this has to happen, and we need their support on it.
I'll just pass over to Barry Potter for a comment there, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Look, a good suggestion, and I've picked that one up, so thanks for raising it. We'll book that, we'll organise something. It'll take a little bit to set it up because we do need Whakautahi to be part of that discussion as well, of course, as a regulator and so forth, but we'll work on that and get that in people's agenda. Might be out a little, maybe October, late October, November or something like that. We'll look at a time.
The problem's not going away.
No, it's not, no.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. If you, Mark, you want to say something?
Yeah, if I could just quickly respond, Councillor Fletcher, as well. We are in the process of preparing their programme business case to go into that next level of detail across the whole programme, which will obviously work through Barry and the council on. And this has also been put into the overall rail network programme business case for the next 30 years as well. So it's part of that. So working very closely with Key Rail as well on that.
Thank you for the presentation. Could I have someone to move and second it? Move second, and Councillor Ferry, you wanted to speak briefly to it.
I guess I just wanted to express some of my frustration on this issue. We have known for a while that this was coming, and I remember sitting there at the briefing on ATAP, and Graham East sitting, I think, behind me or close to me, and we were both anticipating that there wouldn't be anything in there for grade separation, and indeed there was a nice surprise. But now it hasn't panned out, and 220 million has ended up to be not only not enough, but also we've had some mixed advice about what it was or wasn't being used for. There's a lot of frustration in the community about this, and more to come. I think Councillor Henderson, Fletcher and I, maybe Councillor Turner too, we've been dealing with some in that first 7, but you know, there's 42 more to come. And we can't be sort of fighting this site by site and having these conversations each time. So I'm frustrated that the draft GPS refers to level crossings but says nothing about funding. I'm also frustrated that I asked for level crossings to be included in the Mayor's manifesto and the deal for Auckland in terms of that central government advocacy, and it's not. So yeah, I guess I just want to underscore how much work we have to do in this space, and that I hope all my colleagues are keen to work together to get this over the line sooner rather than later. Thanks.
All right, thanks for those comments. Well made. Kate, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And just thank you, Councillor Fletcher, as well. I think makes a fantastic point. A workshop would be really appropriate. And yeah, if we can fit the time in, because that's always hard. But yeah, look, just briefly, I want to give a shout out to the residents, especially around O'Neill's Road and Swanson, that have been really tireless in their advocacy and have worked together a bit of a lobby group that have been going around for a matter of months to raise the issues on this situation where they may not necessarily have been so visible in the day-to-day work of council. So this is exactly democracy at work, and it's a beautiful thing, and I'm really thankful that they have contacted myself and others to talk about this. For O'Neill's and for Henderson, I think that for both of them, we really need to look again at grade separation. Now, it is in my ward, but I'll just briefly outline it, that O'Neill's Road is a pedestrian crossing, which if one were to just put a fence up, then you'd have to walk around, I'd say probably at least a 20-minute walk around Swanson to get to the other side, and people are just going to jump the fence, right? And it seems to me, I don't know how much these things cost, but it seems that electronic gates to let people through would be a cheap option that would work, that would be safe. It works in other areas very well safely, and would actually help people be safer than jumping a fence, which is what I think people would do. Corbin's is even more alarming. Now, this is closing off a little lane called Mount Lebanon Lane, which is actually the only vehicle access to about 70 houses in Henderson, and also the Corbin Estate Arts Centre, which is our regional arts thing, which is massive and beautiful, and I'd encourage everyone to come and have a look while you can, because if we do just put a fence up, you won't be able to get through to these places. They've got no idea how someone is going to live on the street. What I've been told is that the proposal is to use a bridge which currently doesn't exist, something that I've been lobbying for a number of years, but is pedestrian only and is consented as such, right? So I don't know how it's going to work. I'm really thankful that staff have agreed to kind of meet to discuss these issues, and maybe I've got the wrong end of the stick somewhere along the line, I don't know. But we'll have a good yarn and we'll thrash it out and see if we can get mitigation in place. I think that'd be a good outcome for the community, and I really want to thank staff for their openness in that. Thanks, Chair.
Right, thanks, Councillor Henderson. So it's been moved, Councillor Dalton.
Sorry, Chair, I'll be really quick. Just to support these comments that have been made, this is a real impact on community, and Takanini is quite a way down the track in terms of notice of requirements going in, and what we have is an area that probably doesn't actually understand the impact of what's going to happen to their environment in which they live, and this is where urban design is so important to ensure that communities are connected for the future, because these projects are forever projects. And I would just recommend, Councillor Henderson and others, that you really do nail down what is the best urban design for your areas, and that they are connected as much as they can be into the Support and Growth Alliance consultations. There's a lot of detail in them, and sometimes that gets missed a bit, and it's too hard and it's too far away because the projects are years away for a lot of them. So it's a huge impact, and just commending the community and businesses that have tried so hard to get a good outcome for Walters Road. And reading the AT board paper for next Tuesday, it doesn't look like they've won that one, and that's going to be a shame because a good urban outcome is required for that community of Takanini with such a beautiful shopping area that's been invested in, new community, new houses, about to be divided by a bridge they didn't want. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Right, move Ferry, seconded Fletcher. Although noting the progress on the level crossings program, and of course noting that Barry has picked up some of the suggestions there. All those in favour? Against? Carry. Just at this stage, we'll move an extension of time. Move by Chris Fletcher, seconded by me. Hopefully that extension isn't too lengthy. We're up at 10 to 4 already, and we'll call up, and that's obviously in our hands as always. We're calling up. Yeah, no, I think we put it to the vote, didn't we? Happy to move, Mr. Chair. No. Sorry, I thought yeah, we've removed it. So you put it to the vote. Yeah. Yes, carried. So the next item, 18, the proposed approach to joint development of the 2024 Regional Land Transport Plan. I would note that Chair Donnelly is online, so Wayne Donnelly will be somewhere in the cyberspace there, if he hadn't been hacked into, and Hamish and Robert would appear to be leading the charge on this one. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll first ask my board chair whether he wants to make any opening comments. Wayne.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Hamish. Yeah, this is an important paper for the committee. Just to say that the AT board wants to work very, very closely with you on this. We are governed by the way things are set up at the moment, but that doesn't mean we can't agree on a really good result for Auckland, and that what's being outlined here is a process by which we can get there. Thank you.
Kia ora and good afternoon. So the purpose of this paper is to advise on the proposed joint process for developing the Regional Land Transport Plan and seek the committee's endorsement of it. It responds to the recent request from this committee for advice on that particular process and how we'll move forward to develop the plan jointly between Auckland Transport and Council. So by way of context, I'll just outline the purpose of the Regional Land Transport Plan. And I think it's worth understanding that from a statutory perspective, the Regional Land Transport Plan is really, it's a bid document, because what it does is it outlines the proposals for funding from the National Land Transport Program. So this is it's a document that really captures the priorities of the Auckland region for funding from the National Land Transport Fund, I should say. So from the central government fund administered by Waka Kotahi. It's a document that captures both operating costs and capital costs, but it's really focused in particular on the detail of the capital program. It captures projects from all transport projects from all public agencies, but in terms of the sort of effect it can have in terms of prioritisation, it's really those projects that seek funding from the National Land Transport Fund that are key here. So it's really Auckland Transport and Waka Kotahi's program. You'll note that KiwiRail also receives money from that fund, but generally its projects are covered by the National Rail Program and are therefore mandated. So just to set out that context, although we need to include and mention the likes of Crown-funded projects, such as, for example, proposed airport to Mangere, and projects that were formerly in the New Zealand Upgrade Program, really the things that can be affected or changed through the RLTP are those things where we're bidding for funding from the National Land Transport Fund. This process will be a little bit different from the last two RLTPs in that at this point anyway, we're uncertain of how the joint integrated transport plan process is going to work. In previous years, we've seen we've had the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, or ATAP processes, which have really kind of been preceding the RLTP, and that led to an agreement between central government and council on the programs that have subsequently basically been adopted in the RLTP. So this time around, we don't necessarily have an ATAP, so we are kind of working our way through the normal statutory process here. So just worth noting that as a difference. So in terms of how we plan to proceed, clearly in the first instance, we're talking about 3 phases here. And the first phase is working as part of the long-term plan process, which you'll be well aware is currently underway, to establish the scale of council's funding envelope for the transport program and what the strategic direction is there. So clearly, council has issued guidance to its CCOs, including us, and setting out a number of options and questions that it wants analysis on. So we'll provide input there, and then we're expecting that over the course of that process we'll receive feedback as to what the broad funding envelope is going to be and what the key strategic direction for Auckland Transport's program is going to be. In the second phase of that, once we've got a sense of those things, is we plan to work with this committee to refine the prioritisation of Auckland Transport's program once we have a sense of how much money that we're working with, particularly in terms of the capital program. Now, we expect that to occur over October and November, and that will lead to a proposal from this committee and the Auckland Transport Board that will go into prioritisation in the multi-agency process, i.e. against and with Waka Kotahi projects, and that will be the third phase where that prioritisation occurs, which will be led by the Regional Transport Committee. Now, it's worth noting that the Regional Transport Committee is slightly different from Auckland Transport Board. It's set up under a different statute and has slightly different purposes. So anyway, that third phase is where the Auckland Transport and Waka Kotahi programs will be put together. We intend to workshop some of that prioritisation with this committee, And then we will come back to the committee to seek your endorsement of the draft regional land transport plan before it goes out to formal consultation. And then following consultation, we'll come back again to seek your endorsement of the final regional land transport plan before it's finally approved by the Auckland Transport Board. In terms of consultation, clearly there's a statutory consultation process that's required as part of the development of RLTP, and we're expecting that to occur in March, April. I should say that a key factor here is in terms of the legislative requirements, the RLTP has to be consistent with the government policy statement on land transport. Now, because of the election, we're not sure when we will get a final government policy statement. And so really this work, some of this RLTP prioritisation work can't be confirmed until we've had that final statement issued. So the kind of timing of that third phase that I described is somewhat fluid, and it's dependent on what government does in terms of its policy statement. So in terms of the consultation, we will have a formal consultation process, but we are going to undertake an early engagement focused on Auckland Transport's program. That will be with local boards, stakeholders, and of course with both mana whenua and mata waka. So in terms of mana whenua, we had some questions from IMSB, and really what we intend to do is use our existing regional forums plus seek specific engagement with each of the mana whenua, and we'll offer the opportunity for engagement there. And then we'll seek to use our kind of existing processes to seek feedback from mata waka. We are not proposing an early public engagement phase on this. We have quite a bit of information from work done earlier this year on the joint transport plan that gives a sense of public priorities. We also have recent work on parking strategy, regional public transport plan. So we've got quite a bit of information on that. The public will get the chance for consultation during the formal consultation process. We will, however, investigate the possibility for using deliberative democracy as part of this process. So that's a quick update. Now, of course, as part of that, we'll be working closely with Auckland Council staff, particularly my colleague Robert and his team, but also finance and the CCO governance board, because really this is a process that sort of transitions from the work that we're doing on the LTP into a specialised focus on the regional land transport plan. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Fine. Okay, so we've got a pretty detailed paper here, ladies and gentlemen, that hopefully people have had a chance to read through and digest, and some equally specific recommendations. Is there any okay, so it's moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Dalton. I have just the one question online from IMSB member Tao Henare.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Look, just a few questions. The first one is you mentioned in, I think it's paragraph 4, the term key mana whenua partners. Who are these key mana whenua partners?
Apologies, I shouldn't have used the word key. That should be all mana whenua. So as I said, we intend to engage with all 19 iwi and use our operational sub-regional hui as well to engage.
So is that engagement going to be more than just an email approach, or I mean, what's the approach going to be?
So what we're proposing to do is we will specifically, with our hui, go and brief the sort of operational hui about what the issues are, seek early feedback. But in terms of the iwi themselves, we will be offering a one-on-one meeting. What we intend to do is collect all the information that we have around Māori the feedback that we've received over recent years, including the Joint Transport Plan, about the sorts of things that Māori are looking for, provide that as material and seek to use that as a basis. But will be offering one-on-one engagement as part of this early decision making. And then there will be a second phase, of course, as part of the formal consultation. We haven't quite worked out exactly what that looks like at this point. We're just working through making sure we get this early engagement phase underway.
So what's the Mātāwaka consultation going to look like? Or you haven't worked that out yet?
Oh no, we're still working through that. I'll admit the Mātāwaka consultation, particularly in terms of this early engagement, is very challenging. What we are proposing to use is our own kind of networks that our Māori responsiveness team is working up. Plus, we want to engage with some of the key, what I understand to be Mātāwaka marae. Unfortunately, I can't list those right off the top of my head, but as a way of starting that kind of conversation.
Just the last thing. No, I won't go there. No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Henare. That's fine. It's been moved. It's been seconded. I don't think there's any need for anyone to talk to, so I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
No. Can I make sure my vote is recorded as a no? Thanks.
Okay, so record Member Henare against. All
Thank
right.
you, Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. We move then to a couple of pro forma items that we should be able to race through as we gather speed towards the end of the day. Item 19, review of the forward work program. It's already been moved by Councillor Walker. Don't get too carried away, Councillor Walker. Seconded, Councillor Henderson. Any comment or questions on that? No, so we'll move it. All those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Great. On to item 20, similarly the summary of the transport and infrastructure memoranda, and it is worth to note that all those kind of various bits and pieces, workshop material is in there for anyone in the public who would like to pick them up. That's in the attachments at the end of the agenda. So it's been moved by Councillor Walker again, seconded by Councillor Stewart. No discussion. We'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. No extraordinary business, thank goodness. So we just come to 22 then, the procedural motion just to exclude the item. We've just got one item in confidential, which is the referral from the Audit and Risk Committee.
Happy to move or second.
Well, just to get a bit of variation here, we'll go to Councillor Fletcher on that one.